Close your eyes, get comfortable, and settle in. For the next few hours, we're going to take a slow, quiet walk through one of the most controversial television shows ever made. Not through its episodes exactly, but through everything that happened around them. The arguments, the scandals, the lawsuits, the letters written by angry senators, the school principals who banned t-shirts, the writers who quit in fury, the voice actors who held the show hostage, and the fans who have spent 36 years arguing about whether any of it was worth watching anymore. The Simpsons has been on television longer than most of its current audience has been alive. It has 36 seasons, more than 780 episodes, and somewhere behind every single one of them, there is a story that never made it to air. A fight that happened in a conference room in Los Angeles, a memo from a network executive, a phone call that ended a friendship, a joke that someone in Washington read about in a newspaper and decided represented everything wrong with America. We're going to go through all of it, slowly, without rushing. Just one story drifting into the next, the way a town's history drifts through a long, quiet evening. So breathe in, breathe out, let your shoulders fall. Springfield is waiting. Section 1. The laughter that started a war, The Simpsons versus. The critics. The Simpsons premiered on the 17th of December, 1989. It was a Sunday night. The episode was called Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire, and it was about a father who couldn't afford Christmas presents for his family, so he took a second job as a mall Santa and then tried to win money at a dog track instead. The dog lost. The family ended up adopting the dog. Everyone went home happy enough. It was a simple story, warm even. A little rough around the edges, the animation wasn't polished, and the characters moved with a slight jerkiness that the animators would spend years smoothing out. But the heart of the thing was real. Here was a cartoon family that struggled with money, that felt the particular anxiety of the holiday season pressing down on them, that made impulsive decisions and somehow stumbled through to the other side still intact. 13 million households watched that first episode, then the second, then the third. By the middle of the first season, The Simpsons had become something that American television had never quite seen before. It was the most watched show on the Fox network, which at the time was a fledgling operation that most people in the industry didn't take entirely seriously. Fox was the fourth network, the scrappy one, the one that aired Married with Children and In Living Color, and things that the other three networks had passed on because they seemed too strange or too rough or too willing to show the parts of American life that primetime television usually preferred to sand down and polish away. The Simpsons fit perfectly in that environment, and almost immediately, it attracted the kind of attention that the show's creators had not entirely anticipated. The criticism came from several directions at once, which is part of what made the early years so chaotic and so fascinating to look back on now. There were people who objected on moral grounds. There were people who objected on aesthetic grounds. There were educators who believed the show was genuinely harmful to children. There were politicians who used the show as a shorthand for cultural decline. And there were critics, proper television critics writing for proper newspapers, who couldn't quite decide whether what they were watching was brilliant or irresponsible, or some uncomfortable combination of both. The moral objections were the loudest at first, and they centered almost entirely on Bart. Homer was problematic in his own way, but Bart was the character who seemed to have been specifically designed to drive a certain type of adult completely out of their mind. He called his father a name on national television. He didn't do his homework. He didn't respect authority. He skateboarded. He had a catchphrase that went, "Don't have a cow, man," and another one that went, "Eat my shorts," and an attitude towards school and rules and the general social contract that many parents found not just objectionable, but genuinely threatening, as if the show was actively recruiting their children into some kind of low-grade rebellion. The early response from education circles was swift and surprisingly coordinated. Within months of the show's premiere, reports began coming in from schools across the country. Teachers were confiscating Bart Simpson t-shirts. Principals were banning Simpsons merchandise from school grounds. Some districts sent letters home to parents expressing concern about the show's influence. The argument, stated plainly, was that Bart Simpson was a bad role model, and that children who watched him and admired him would absorb his attitude toward authority and apply it in classrooms and homes and anywhere else an adult was trying to maintain order. This argument feels almost quaint now. It has the quality of a historical document, something you'd find in an archive labeled Things People Worried About Before They Found Bigger Things to Worry About. But in 1990, it was genuinely controversial, and the controversy had real consequences. There was a Bart Simpson t-shirt that said, "Underachiever and proud of it, man." It sold in enormous quantities. It also got banned from a significant number of American schools. The shirt became a kind of cultural flashpoint, a garment onto which people projected their anxieties about youth and education, and what it meant that millions of children were walking around voluntarily advertising underachievement as a personality trait. Some school districts didn't just ban the shirt. They sent formal letters home explaining their reasoning, letters that ended up reprinted in newspapers, which then wrote editorials about the letters, which prompted responses, which generated more coverage. The cycle of outrage and commentary and counter-commentary that we now recognize as the standard rhythm of any cultural controversy was already fully operational in 1990, just running through different channels. Instead of social media posts generating news articles, it was news articles generating letters to editors, generating radio call-in shows, generating more news articles. The engine was the same, only the machinery was different. Matt Groening, the show's creator, watched all of this with something that seemed to be genuine amusement mixed with mild disbelief. He had spent years in alternative publishing, drawing a comic strip called Life in Hell that ran in alternative newspapers and had a devoted but relatively small audience. He was not a person who had expected to find himself at the center of a national conversation about the moral direction of American youth, and he handled the attention with a kind of cheerful deflection that would become characteristic of how the show dealt with controversy throughout its entire run. When reporters asked him about the school bans, he didn't get defensive. He pointed out, reasonably, that Bart was a 10-year-old cartoon character, not an actual child. He suggested that parents who were worried about their children emulating Bart might want to consider that Bart's behavior in the show consistently led to consequences. He noted that Homer, the show's actual adult authority figure, was hardly a perfect model of responsible parenting, but that the show's emotional core was always the family's love for each other, which was genuine even when everything else was chaotic. These were sensible arguments. They were also almost entirely beside the point, because the people objecting to the show weren't really engaging with what the show was doing. They were responding to what the show represented, which was something harder to argue against because it lived in the realm of feeling rather than fact. What The Simpsons represented to its critics in those early years was a certain kind of permission. Permission to mock authority. Permission to be mediocre. Permission to find the adult world ridiculous and to say so out loud in the voice of a 10-year-old who thought your attempts to instill discipline were deeply boring. That feeling, that sense of permission radiating outward from the television screen and into living rooms where children were watching, was what made people genuinely uneasy. You can argue about what a show depicts. You can't quite argue about what it makes the audience feel. The political objections came slightly later and arrived with considerably more fanfare because they involved the President of the United States. George H.W. Bush, in August of 1992, gave a speech to the national religious broadcasters in which he made a reference to The Simpsons that became one of the most quoted moments in the show's early history. He said that America needed to be more like the Waltons and less like The Simpsons. The Waltons being, of course, the long-running CBS drama about a wholesome Depression-era family in rural Virginia, all shared hardship and family prayers and lessons learned. The Simpsons being, obviously, the cartoon. It was a throwaway line in a political speech, the kind of thing that gets written into remarks because it lands well with a particular audience and then usually disappears. But The Simpsons responded, and the response was immediate and aired on national television within days. The production team quickly assembled a clip in which the family watches Bush's speech on television, and Bart says, with characteristic simplicity, "We're just like the Waltons. We're praying for the end of the Depression, too." The line was sharp, funny, and pointed. The Depression reference drew an implicit comparison between Bush's America and the 1930s that the show didn't need to belabor. The joke made its point and moved on. That response made headlines. It was covered as a news story, not just as an entertainment item, because a primetime cartoon had publicly punched back at a sitting president and done so with more rhetorical efficiency than most of his actual political opponents managed in their formal opposition. People who had never watched The Simpsons heard about the exchange. People who had grown up watching it felt a surge of something that was part pride and part vindication. The show they'd been defending against school bans and parental complaints had just held its own in an argument with the White House. Bush's line also had the effect that cultural criticism of art almost always has, which is to make the art more appealing to the people it was already appealing to while doing essentially nothing to reduce that appeal. The school districts that had banned Bart t-shirts did not unban them because the president agreed with their concerns. The children who wore those shirts did not take them off. What the Bush moment did, if anything, was crystallize the show's cultural position. The Simpsons was officially countercultural now, if it hadn't been before. It was the thing that the establishment didn't like, which for a significant portion of its audience was an endorsement rather than a warning. But the aesthetic criticism ran alongside all of this. And in some ways, it's more interesting to look back on because it reveals something about how television critics thought about animated programming in 1990. The dominant critical position in those early years was that The Simpsons was either a clever novelty that would burn itself out quickly or a legitimate artistic breakthrough that the medium didn't quite have the vocabulary to describe yet. These were not always mutually exclusive positions. Some critics held both at once. What almost nobody argued in the early seasons was that The Simpsons was doing something that would last. The idea that a primetime animated comedy would run for 36 years and become the longest-running scripted series in the history of American television was not a prediction that serious people were making in 1990. The assumption was that novelty has a shelf life, that the cartoon format carried an inherent ceiling, that once the initial excitement wore off, the audience would drift back to live-action dramas and sitcoms, and The Simpsons would be remembered as an interesting experiment. This assumption was wrong, obviously, but the fact that it was so widely held tells you something about what The Simpsons was actually doing that its early critics couldn't quite see. It was building something, not just performing something. It was constructing a world detailed enough to sustain stories indefinitely, with characters complex enough to reveal new facets over decades, in a setting flexible enough to accommodate any kind of story the writers wanted to tell. That kind of construction takes time to become visible. In 1990, you could only see the first few rooms of the house. The full scope of what was being built wasn't apparent for years. The critics who responded most generously to the show in its early seasons tended to be the ones who came from literary backgrounds rather than television backgrounds. They recognized something in The Simpsons that had more in common with good satirical fiction than with the sitcoms it was ostensibly competing with. The show was doing what the best satirical novelists do, which is take a specific, particular world with specific, particular characters and use it as a lens through which to examine something larger and more general. Springfield was not just a town, it was a critique. Homer was not just a lazy father. He was a portrait of a certain kind of American man, the kind who means well and achieves less than he should and keeps going anyway because the alternative is confronting something he doesn't have the tools to confront. These readings weren't wrong. They were also not the readings that most viewers were bringing to the show, at least not consciously. Most people who watched The Simpsons in 1990 were watching it because it was funny and a little transgressive, and unlike anything else on television. The deeper machinery was there, but it ran quietly under the surface of the jokes. The tension between the show's surface comedy and its deeper architecture would define its critical reception for years. When people called it brilliant, they were usually talking about the architecture. When people called it irresponsible, they were usually talking about the surface. Both groups were watching the same show and seeing different things, which is one of the marks of a work that has actually achieved something. The first season ended, and the show was renewed. The second season was better. The third season was better still. The critical consensus began to shift from clever novelty towards something more like genuine achievement, and the moral panic that had surrounded the show in its earliest months began to subside, not because the show had changed, but because the culture had absorbed it. You cannot sustain outrage about something that has become part of the background of everyday life. By the time the fourth season aired, The Simpsons had won its first Emmy. The school bans were historical footnotes. The Bush comparison had become something that Simpsons fans recited as a moment of triumph. And the show had settled into what would become its legendary creative peak, a period of writing so dense and layered and funny and quietly devastating that it would cast a shadow over everything the show produced in the decades that followed. But the controversies hadn't ended. They had just taken a break before the next wave arrived. And the next wave would be bigger, stranger, and considerably more personal than anything that had come before. If you're enjoying this so far, drop a comment below and tell me what time it is where you are and where you're watching from. And if you haven't already, go ahead and subscribe. It helps more than you know. Now, let's keep going. Section 2. Bart Simpson, America's Most Wanted 10-year-old. There has never been a fictional child who generated as much genuine adult anxiety as Bart Simpson. Not Dennis the Menace, not Eddie Haskell from Leave It to Beaver, not any of the bad kids in any of the movies where a bad kid teaches a straight-laced adult to loosen up. Bart was different, and the difference was not just in what he did, but in what he seemed to mean. He was on t-shirts. That was where it started, really, in terms of the commercial and cultural machinery that built up around him before the show had even finished its first season. The Simpsons had barely found its footing as a television program when the licensing operations surrounding it exploded into something the producers had not anticipated and, by most accounts, were not entirely prepared to manage. By the end of 1990, Bart Simpson was on approximately $2 billion worth of merchandise. That number is worth sitting with for a moment. $2 billion. In 1990, for a cartoon character who had been on television for less than a year, there were Bart Simpson dolls, posters, lunchboxes, notebooks, video games, Halloween costumes, beach towels, alarm clocks, and most famously, t-shirts. Hundreds of different t-shirts sold in every mall in America, in gas stations, in tourist shops, in school supply stores right next to the places where principals were posting notices banning those same shirts from campus. The t-shirt controversy has a slightly absurd quality when you look at it now, but it was taken with complete seriousness by the people involved. The shirts ranged from relatively innocuous designs featuring Bart's face or skateboard to more pointed ones that carried his catchphrases, and it was the catchphrases that generated the heat. "Don't have a cow, man" was mostly fine. "Eat my shorts" was fine at most schools, though some drew the line there. Underachiever and proud of it, man was the one that caused real trouble, and the trouble it caused tells you something interesting about what was actually happening. The schools that banned that particular shirt were not, in most cases, banning it because of the language. The language was perfectly clean. They were banning it because of the sentiment, because the idea that a child might wear a shirt advertising their own underachievement to school and think this was a positive, or at minimum a neutral thing to do, represented something they could not comfortably ignore. Education, as an institution, runs on the implicit agreement that achievement is the goal, that effort matters, that coming to school intending to try is a fundamental prerequisite of the whole enterprise. A shirt that said you were proud not to bother was not just a fashion choice. It was a small declaration of non-participation worn right into the institution whose participation you were declining. What made it stranger was that the shirt was selling. Children were buying it with their own money or asking their parents to buy it for them, and the parents were doing it, or enough of them were that the $2 billion merchandise number made sense. So there was simultaneously a school system telling children that this attitude was unacceptable and a market of adults supplying those same children with the merchandise expressing it. The adults who ran the schools and the adults who were buying their children Bart Simpson merchandise were not two entirely separate populations. They overlapped, and the overlap was uncomfortable. The sociological reading of this is straightforward enough. The Bart merchandise boom happened at a moment when a certain exhaustion with the language of achievement and improvement and striving was already present in American culture. The 1980s had been a decade saturated with aspiration, with the idea that you could be anything and do anything if you worked hard and wanted it badly enough. By 1990, a reaction to that saturation was building, a collective tiredness with constant self-improvement rhetoric, and Bart's cheerful indifference landed in that reaction like a permission slip. You don't have to try so hard. You can just exist. You can think rules are stupid and say so. This wasn't a revolutionary message. Countercultures have always offered some version of it, but Bart delivered it in a form that was accessible to children in a way that, say, punk rock was not. You didn't need to know anything about subcultures or rebellion traditions to understand Bart. You just had to recognize the feeling of being told to sit still and do your homework when you didn't want to. The merchandise controversy eventually faded, as all merchandise controversies do, but it left behind a residue in the form of the show's permanent identification with a certain kind of anti-establishment energy that its creators occasionally found limiting. Groening and the writing staff had more complicated intentions than the t-shirt slogan suggested. The show they were making was not simply pro-Bart in any straightforward sense. Bart's behavior had consequences. His schemes failed as often as they succeeded. His relationship with his father, for all its dysfunction, was drawn with real tenderness. The show was using Bart to examine something about childhood and authority and the American education system, not to simply celebrate misbehavior. But the merchandise had already simplified the message into a series of catchphrases, and those catchphrases were what most of the cultural conversation was responding to. The gap between what the show was actually doing and what the public conversation about it was addressing would remain a persistent feature of The Simpsons' reception throughout its entire run. The George Bush exchange that we touched on in the previous section deserves a more detailed examination because it was not a single moment, but a running exchange that spanned months and involved multiple parties who were taking it with varying degrees of seriousness. Bush's original line about the Waltons and the Simpsons was delivered in January 1992 at the National Religious Broadcasters Convention in Washington. The context matters. The National Religious Broadcasters Convention was an annual gathering of Christian broadcasting executives and religious media figures, and Bush's speech was aimed squarely at an audience that was already predisposed to worry about the moral content of popular entertainment. The Simpsons line was a crowd pleaser, a way of signaling alignment with the cultural conservatism of his audience without having to make any specific policy argument. It was political shorthand. The Waltons meant one thing, the Simpsons meant another. Everyone in the room understood both references. What Bush apparently did not anticipate was that the Simpsons would answer him. The response clip, which aired within days of the speech, was assembled quickly by the production team and inserted into a rerun that was scheduled for broadcast. It was a small piece of television by any objective measure, just a few seconds of the family watching a clip of the speech on their own television, and Bart making his crack about the Depression. But the fact that it existed at all was unusual. Television shows did not generally respond directly to presidential statements in real time. The machinery wasn't set up for that kind of responsiveness. The production team's ability to turn the clip around quickly was itself a story, a demonstration of the show's creative agility, and the exchange generated coverage that benefited both parties in different ways. Bush got to position himself as a defender of traditional values against a cartoon. The Simpsons got to be the cartoon that made a sitting president feel the need to defend himself. But the Bush moment also opened a door that the show would walk through many times in the years that followed. The Simpsons had demonstrated that it could engage directly with political reality in something close to real time, and that this engagement could be funny and pointed and would be treated as news. Politicians and public figures would spend the next 3 decades both seeking the show's attention and sometimes regretting it when they got it. Not everyone in the Bush administration shared the president's negative view of the show, which created a somewhat awkward internal dynamic. Some White House staffers were reportedly Simpsons fans. The show's writers were amused by this. There's something inherently comic about the image of people working in the building that had just declared war on a cartoon going home to watch that cartoon in the evening. The Clinton administration, which followed, was considerably warmer toward the show, which made sense given the demographic overlap between Clinton's coalition and the show's audience. And the show's political satire, which had always been bipartisan in its targets, continued to take swipes at Democratic as well as Republican figures throughout the Clinton years. The Simpsons was not and had never been a show with a simple political allegiance. It was suspicious of power in all its forms, including the forms that its own audience might have been inclined to favor. The school t-shirt bans and the political controversy had one shared effect that's worth noting, which is that they massively amplified the show's cultural reach. Every news story about a school banning a Simpsons shirt was, functionally, an advertisement for the show. Every political speech that invoked The Simpsons as a symbol of cultural decline was an implicit endorsement to the audience that already watched it. The controversy made the show bigger, not smaller, and it did so at a moment when the show's creative team was producing what many consider to be the finest run of television comedy in history. The merchandise phenomenon had another dimension that gets less attention than the t-shirt bans but is in some ways more revealing. The speed with which the Bart Simpson licensing apparatus scaled up was a direct result of Fox's initial failure to protect the brand. In the early months after the show launched, there was a period when the licensing agreements were chaotic and the oversight was minimal, and a significant portion of the Bart Simpson merchandise that flooded the market was either unlicensed entirely or operating in a gray area that would take years to properly adjudicate. This meant that the cultural image of Bart Simpson in those early months was being shaped not just by the show's writers and producers, but by hundreds of independent merchandise manufacturers who were making their own judgments about what Bart represented and what messages they wanted to put on his image. Some of those judgments were in harmony with the show's actual character. Others were considerably more extreme, and the extreme versions were often the ones that generated the most controversy. There were Bart Simpson designs that the show's actual creators found objectionable. There were parody shirts using Bart's image with messages that had nothing to do with the show and everything to do with whoever was making money off the unlicensed design. The creators had limited control over this during the initial chaos, and by the time the legal machinery caught up and started enforcing the intellectual property properly, the cultural perception of Bart had been partially shaped by merchandise the show had never authorized. This is one of the underexplored dimensions of the early Simpsons controversy. The show was being blamed, in part, for cultural products it hadn't created and couldn't control. The distinction between official Simpsons merchandise and the knockoff variations floating around the same cultural space was invisible to most critics and most parents. Bart was Bart. The image carried the association regardless of who had manufactured the object it appeared on. Years later, when Groening and the production team talked about the early merchandise period, there was a mixture of pride and exhaustion in how they described it. The money was significant, and the cultural visibility that came with the merchandise phenomenon was part of what cemented the show's status as a genuine institution rather than a passing trend. But the loss of control over how Bart was being represented in the wider world was frustrating, and the controversies generated by unauthorized merchandise created noise around the show that sometimes made it harder to have serious conversations about what the show was actually doing. The Bart phenomenon eventually subsided into something more manageable. He became part of the cultural furniture, a character everyone knew and most people had some memory of watching, the kind of icon whose sharp edges get worn smooth by familiarity. The t-shirts are still out there, still sold, still occasionally seen on children. The principals who banned them have long since retired. And Bart is still 10 years old, still skating, still not having a cow. The anxiety he generated in 1990 feels distant now, like a dispatch from a world that was worried about different things. But it's worth remembering that the anxiety was real, and that it shaped how the show was received and talked about in its formative years in ways that still echo in how we discuss it today. Bart was the controversy that made The Simpsons a cultural event rather than just a television show, and cultural events have long afterlives, much longer than the controversies that created them. Section 3. The Writers' Room Wars. Behind the warmth and the jokes and the carefully constructed world of Springfield, there was a workplace that generated an extraordinary amount of internal conflict. The Simpsons writers' room in the early years was one of the most creative environments in the history of American television, and it was also, by most accounts, one of the most contentious. The stories that have come out of that room over the decades paint a picture of a show that was simultaneously producing brilliant work and tearing itself apart in the process of doing so. The most significant and least examined conflict in the early history of The Simpsons involves Sam Simon. If you are a regular viewer of the show, you know the credit that appears at the start of every episode, created by Matt Groening, James L. Brooks, and Sam Simon. 3 names, 3 creators. But of those 3 names, Simon's is by far the most obscure to the general public, and his obscurity relative to his actual contribution is itself a story worth telling. Sam Simon joined The Simpsons production in its earliest stages, coming from a background in live-action television where he had worked on programs like Taxi and Cheers. He was hired to serve as showrunner for the series, which meant that while Groening was the show's public face and creative originator, and Brooks was the executive producer who provided industry muscle and credibility, Simon was the person responsible for making the show function day to day. He was the one who built the writers' room, who established the production processes, who figured out how to translate Groening's sketchy, idiosyncratic characters into a television series that could be produced consistently and at scale. By most accounts of people who were there, Simon's contribution to the shape of The Simpsons was fundamental. He was the person who identified the kind of writing talent the show needed. He was the person who established the tone of the room, the pace of the rewrites, the standards that the scripts had to meet before they went to production. He was, in the vocabulary of television production, the person who made the show what it was. And then, after 4 seasons, he left. And the circumstances of his departure were not harmonious. Simon and Groening had a relationship that had deteriorated steadily over the course of the show's early run. A deterioration driven by creative disagreements, personality conflicts, and what multiple people who worked around both of them have described as an irreconcilable difference in how they understood the show and their respective roles in making it. The details of exactly what happened between them have been described differently by different people over the years, and Simon himself, before his death in 2015, gave interviews that revealed a bitterness toward his Simpsons experience that he carried with him for the rest of his life. What is clear is this: Simon negotiated, early in the show's production, a deal that entitled him to a share of the show's profits in perpetuity. This was a standard negotiating point for someone in his position, and given that nobody at the time expected The Simpsons to run for more than a few seasons, it seemed like a relatively minor point. As the show became a global phenomenon, generating hundreds of millions of dollars in profit annually, that deal made Simon extraordinarily wealthy. By the time he died, his net worth was estimated at several $100 million. He spent his final years giving away money to animal welfare charities and cancer research, an eccentric and generous figure who seemed to have made a kind of peace with the world he was leaving. But the money came with a persistent anger. Simon felt, with apparent sincerity, that his contribution to the show had been systematically minimized in the public narrative of how The Simpsons came to be. He felt that Groening received the credit and the cultural lionization, while the actual structural work of building the show, the work that Simon had done, was attributed to Groening's genius rather than to the labor of the people in the room. Whether this perception was accurate is a matter of genuine dispute, and like most disputes about creative credit, it probably contains truth on multiple sides. But it produced a bitterness that never fully resolved. What Simon's departure meant practically was that the show went through a significant leadership transition at the end of its 4th season. The writers' room that had produced what many consider the show's finest work, seasons 3 and 4 in particular, was reconstituted under new management. Different showrunners came in with different sensibilities. Some were excellent, some were less so. The quality fluctuated in ways that fans argued about endlessly, and that the show's own creative participants acknowledged in interviews with varying degrees of candor. The writer exodus that followed the show's peak creative years has been discussed extensively in fan communities and in the critical literature around the show. By the middle of the 1990s, a significant number of the writers who had defined the show's golden age had moved on to other projects. Some left voluntarily. Some left because the grueling pace of producing 22 episodes a year had simply worn them out. Some left because the show had become big enough that it attracted a different kind of writer, people drawn by the prestige and the money rather than by the specific creative challenge, and the change in the room's composition changed the character of what the room produced. The most famous departure from the writer's room belongs to a person who never actually worked in the writer's room in the traditional sense, but whose connection to The Simpsons is now one of the most frequently discussed facts about the show's early history. Conan O'Brien wrote for The Simpsons during seasons 3 and 4, contributing scripts for some of the most celebrated episodes in the show's history. He was, by the accounts of people who worked alongside him, an exceptionally talented presence in the room, someone with a gift for finding the joke that was both funnier and more structurally sound than the obvious one. O'Brien left The Simpsons in 1993 to become the host of Late Night with Conan O'Brien on NBC, a job that surprised almost everyone in the industry who heard about it, not because O'Brien was untalented, but because he had no experience as a television host and was being given one of the most prominent and scrutinized platforms in American late-night television, with essentially no on-camera history. His departure from The Simpsons was not acrimonious, as far as anyone has reported, but it was significant. The room lost a voice that had contributed substantially to the work being produced during one of its best periods. The broader pattern of talent flow through the Simpsons writers' room over the decades tells an interesting story about how the show was positioned within the television industry. In its early years, writing for The Simpsons was understood within the industry as one of the best possible training grounds for a comedy writer. The standards were high. The room was smart. The material, if you wrote it well, would be seen by enormous audiences and would likely stand up to scrutiny for decades. Writers who passed through that room went on to create and run some of the most acclaimed comedies of the following 30 years. But as the decades passed, the direction of prestige shifted. Writing for The Simpsons went from being a launching pad for careers to being, in some cases, a comfortable landing place for established writers who wanted the security of a long-running show with a known quantity audience. That shift didn't produce worse writing overnight, but it changed the character of the ambition in the room. And ambition is one of those qualities that makes itself felt in the finished product, even when you can't point to a specific scene and say, there it is. The internal politics of the writer's room also generated a specific kind of controversy that played out over many years and touched on questions of creative credit that matter enormously to the people involved, even when they're invisible to the audience. Television writing is inherently collaborative, and The Simpsons in particular operated through a process of group rewriting in which scripts went through multiple iterations with multiple voices shaping the final product. The script that aired was rarely the script that the credited writer had originally submitted. It had been reshaped by the room, by the showrunner, by the notes process, by the voice recording, and by a dozen other interventions along the way. This process produced scripts that were genuinely better than what any single writer could have produced alone. It also produced a situation in which the specific contribution of any individual writer to any specific episode was difficult to isolate, which created persistent low-level tensions about credit and recognition that were inherent to the model and couldn't be fully resolved by any arrangement of the formal credit structure. Writers who felt their best work had been rewritten by others, or who felt that their voice had been diluted by the group process, or who felt that the showrunner was taking credit for contributions made by people lower in the hierarchy, carried those feelings with them long after they left the room. The Simpsons writers' room generated more memoirs, more interviews, more behind-the-scenes documentaries, and more public recollections than almost any other room in television history. And if you read through all of that material carefully, what you find is a range of experiences so varied that they almost seem to describe different institutions entirely. Some writers remember the room as the best creative experience of their lives, a place where the standard was excellence and the process was genuinely collaborative and the result was work they were proud of. Others remember a grueling, high-pressure environment where the demands were relentless and the credit distribution was arbitrary and the emotional cost of the work was higher than anyone had told them it would be. Both accounts are true. Both accounts describe the same room. The showrunner transitions deserve their own careful attention. After Simon's departure, the show went through a series of leadership changes that each left their mark on the product. Al Jean and Mike Reiss ran the show through seasons 3 and 4, a period that produced some of the most beloved episodes in the canon and that both of them have discussed with evident pride. David Merkin took over for seasons 5 and 6, another strong creative period. After Merkin came a series of showrunners across the subsequent seasons, and the critical consensus on the show's quality follows those transitions in ways that are not always straightforward. The relationship between who is running the show and how the show feels is one of the most contested topics in Simpsons fandom. Different fans draw the quality decline line at different seasons, attributing the change to different creative transitions. The internet has spent 20 years arguing about exactly when The Simpsons stopped being good, and the arguments are almost always framed in terms of which writer or showrunner was responsible. The attribution is probably too simple. Shows change because their contexts change, because their audiences change, because the culture changes, and what counted as a sharp observation about American life in 1992 has a different resonance in 2005. But the showrunner transitions are real and their effects are visible, and the writer's room is where those transitions played out. What the writer's room controversies reveal, taken together, is something about the particular challenge of sustained creative work. The Simpsons was not designed to run for 36 years. It was designed to run for a few seasons and tell the stories its creators wanted to tell. The extension of the show beyond its original creative lifespan required finding new people to replace the ones who had built it, and asking those people to maintain a standard of excellence in a context where the original conditions that produced the excellence could not be replicated. That is an enormously difficult creative challenge, and the fact that the show has produced excellent individual episodes across its entire run, even as the overall critical assessment declined, is itself a testament to the talent flowing through the room, even in its less celebrated periods. The wars inside the writer's room shaped the show in ways that the audience rarely saw directly, but felt in the texture of what appeared on screen. When the room was working well, that quality showed in the density of the jokes and the structural elegance of the stories. When it wasn't, the work became looser, more reliant on formula, more comfortable in its own patterns. The audience could feel the difference even if they couldn't always articulate it, and many of them articulated it anyway. In fan forums and comment sections, and endless online arguments about which era of the show deserved the title of The Real Simpsons. Section 4. Apu and the Long Road to Apology. Apu Nahasapi Mapatilon appeared in the second episode of The Simpsons' first season, and he was immediately one of the show's most popular supporting characters. He owned the Quick E-Mart, the convenience store that served as one of Springfield's primary gathering places. He was diligent, slightly put upon, possessed of an elaborate personal history involving his homeland, his family, and a set of cultural references that were specific enough to suggest genuine research, but filtered through enough comic exaggeration that the specificity was always in service of the joke. Hank Azaria, a white actor, voiced Apu in an accent that was not a careful mimicry of any particular regional Indian speech pattern, but rather a theatrical approximation of what an Indian accent sounded like to an American ear in 1989. The accent was broad. It was distinctive. It became one of the most recognized voices in American animation. For decades, the controversy about Apu simmered at a level that was visible mainly to South Asian Americans who had grown up watching the character and experiencing the specific social consequence of Apu's popularity, which was that his accent became a shorthand that other children used to mock South Asian accents in general. You could argue about whether the intent behind Apu was malicious. You could not argue, if you had lived through it, about the social use his image was put to. Apu's voice was the voice that kids deployed on the playground. Apu's catchphrase, "Thank you, come again," was the phrase that got directed at South Asian shopkeepers and students, and anybody else whose accent or appearance invited the association. This is the dimension of the Apu controversy that is easiest to dismiss and hardest to argue against. The show did not intend for Apu to become a vehicle for playground mockery. The writers and producers who created and sustained the character over decades did not sit down and plan for him to be used that way. The use of Apu as a mocking template was a consequence of the character's popularity, not an expression of the show's intent. But intent and consequence are different things, and the people who experienced the consequence were entitled to say so regardless of what the intent had been. The controversy moved from simmering background noise to front-page cultural story in 2017, when the comedian and writer Hari Kondabolu released a documentary called The Problem with Apu. Kondabolu, who is South Asian American and who grew up watching The Simpsons, made a film that examined the character's representation and its effects on the South Asian community in America. The documentary was measured, thoughtful, and personal. It was not a takedown piece in any simple sense. Kondabolu expressed genuine affection for The Simpsons and genuine ambivalence about his relationship to Apu, both of which made the film more effective and more difficult to dismiss. Some of them had funny, affectionate recollections of Apu alongside frank accounts of the mockery that his popularity had enabled. Others were more purely critical. The range of responses within the South Asian American community itself was part of what made the documentary valuable, and also part of what made the subsequent public debate so muddled. The Simpsons responded to the documentary in a way that was widely criticized as tin-eared and defensive, and the criticism was largely fair. The show addressed the Apu controversy directly in an episode that aired in 2018, in a scene where Lisa breaks the fourth wall and looks into the camera and says, essentially, that the show doesn't have an answer to the problem. The scene ended with Marge saying that some things are a product of their time and they should be addressed later, and then looking directly at the camera in a way that suggested the show was aware of what it was doing and had decided to keep doing it anyway. The fan response to this scene was divided, but the critical response was mostly negative. The scene read to many people as an acknowledgement of the criticism that was simultaneously a refusal to engage with it. The show is saying, "We know this is a problem," and then walking away, which is a kind of acknowledgement that doesn't actually resolve anything. People who had waited for the show to take the criticism seriously found the response dismissive. People who felt the show was being unfairly targeted found the response appropriately defiant. Matt Groening gave an interview around this time in which he defended the character and said that Apu was a wonderful character and that most South Asian Americans he had spoken to loved Apu. This claim generated considerable pushback from people in the South Asian American community who said that their experience of the character was more complicated than Groening's characterization suggested, and that the handful of South Asian Americans who had expressed support for Apu to the show's creators did not constitute a representative sample of the community's views. The situation deteriorated further over the following year, with Hank Azaria giving several interviews in which he seemed increasingly conflicted about his relationship to the character. Azaria is, by all accounts, a thoughtful person who took the criticism seriously, and watching him work through his feelings about Apu in public over the course of 2018 and 2019 was genuinely revealing. He described speaking with South Asian Americans about their experiences with the character. He described coming to understand something about the effect of Apu's voice and image that he had not understood when he created the performance in 1989. He described in increasingly direct terms the conclusion he was reaching about what the right thing to do was. In 2020, The Simpsons announced that Hank Azaria would no longer voice Apu. The announcement was made without a press conference or a major statement, almost as a passing note in a broader announcement about the show's policies on character voices. The news was significant, but the manner of the announcement was notably quiet, as if the show were hoping to resolve the controversy without generating more discussion of it. Then, in 2021, Azaria issued an apology. He appeared on a podcast and delivered a statement that was specific, personal, and notably free of the defensive qualifications that usually soften public apologies. He said he was sorry to every single Indian person who had been hurt by his performance. He said he had been wrong to create and sustain the character for so many years without understanding the harm it was doing. He said he had spent considerable time speaking with South Asian Americans about their experiences, and that those conversations had changed how he understood his own history with the character. The apology was generally received well by the people to whom it was addressed, with the recognition that an apology, however genuine, doesn't undo harm that has already been done. Kondabolu, who had made the documentary that started the public phase of the conversation, was gracious in his response. He acknowledged that Azaria had done the work, that the apology was sincere, and that the conversation that his documentary had opened had produced a result that he considered meaningful, even if it had taken longer than it should have. The Apu controversy had implications well beyond the character itself. It was part of a broader reckoning in American entertainment with the representation of non-white characters by white voice actors, a practice that had been standard in animation since the medium began, and that the cultural moment was suddenly examining with new critical attention. The Simpsons was not the only show affected by this reckoning. It was, because of its prominence and longevity, the most visible example of it. The show announced alongside the Apu decision that it would no longer have white actors voice non-white characters going forward, a policy that extended beyond Apu to other supporting characters who had been voiced by white actors. This announcement generated its own set of responses. Some people found it a reasonable and overdue correction. Some found it an overcorrection that reduced the question of representation to a simple rule that didn't account for the complex history of voice acting and performance. Some found it an inadequate response because it addressed the going forward question without addressing the decades of existing material in which white actors had voiced non-white characters. All of these responses contained legitimate points, which is part of what made the Apu controversy so difficult to resolve cleanly. There was no action the show could take that would satisfy everyone, partly because the people offering criticism were not a monolith and wanted different things, and partly because the harm that had already been done could not be undone by any present-day policy change. The best that could happen was that the harm stopped, and that some acknowledgement was made that it had occurred. What the Apu story reveals about The Simpsons as an institution is something that the show has been reluctant to fully examine. For most of its run, The Simpsons operated with a kind of progressive self-image that was not always matched by its actual practices. The show satirized racism and prejudice in many episodes. It was also created and written primarily by white writers who had limited direct experience of many of the communities they were depicting. The tension between the show's satirical intentions and the actual effects of some of its representations was a real tension, and the Apu controversy forced it into public view in a way that the show had not previously had to contend with. Apu himself, as a character, was in some ways a victim of the show's success. If The Simpsons had run for 3 seasons and then disappeared, Apu would have been a minor supporting character in a short-lived animated comedy, and the cultural footprint of his voice and image would have been correspondingly limited. The show's 30-plus-year run gave Apu's representation a longevity and a cultural saturation that magnified its effects enormously. The harm was not just in what the character was, but in how long he was. The resolution, such as it is, remains incomplete. Apu has appeared rarely in recent seasons of the show and has not been given a substantial storyline since the controversy peaked. His future within the show's universe is unclear. He is neither definitively gone nor actively present, hovering in a kind of liminal space that reflects the show's own unresolved relationship to what he represents. The character who started as a joke about convenience store economics became a cultural argument about whose image is available for comedy and at what cost, and that argument doesn't have a neat ending. Section 5. The Simpsons predicted it or did it? Let's settle in a little further now. Breathe slowly. The story we're entering is one of the stranger corners of Simpsons history, a place where comedy and reality got confused about which one was following which, and where a television show developed a reputation for prophecy that its own creators found both flattering and slightly bewildering. The predictions phenomenon, as it is now widely known, begins with a specific claim that has been repeated so many times in so many formats that it has achieved the status of established fact in the public mind. The claim is that The Simpsons predicted Donald Trump's presidency 16 years before it happened. And unlike a great many things that are repeated often enough to feel true, this one is substantially accurate. In February of 2000, the show aired an episode called Bart to the Future. The episode contained a brief gag in which a future version of Lisa, now President of the United States, refers to having inherited a massive budget deficit from her predecessor, who is identified as President Trump. The reference was 2 sentences long. It was a throwaway joke about the absurdity of celebrity politics, playing on Trump's well-documented flirtation with presidential ambitions that stretched back to the 1980s and his public discussions of potentially running as far back as 1987. The writers of the episode, and the showrunner of that period, have said in interviews that the Trump joke was not a serious prediction but a satirical observation about the direction American politics seemed to be heading. In 2016, Trump won the Republican nomination and then the presidency, and the internet discovered the old episode clip and distributed it with the energy of people who had found evidence of something remarkable. The framing of the rediscovery was almost universally one of amazement. The Simpsons had predicted it. How had they known? The speed at which this narrative spread and the depth to which it embedded itself in public consciousness is itself interesting, separate from the question of whether the original joke was a prediction. The Simpsons predicted Trump became a kind of viral unit, a piece of information that moved through social networks because it carried a satisfying sense of pattern recognition. We had seen this before. The cartoon had told us this would happen. In a period of genuine political disorientation, there was something oddly comforting in the idea that someone, somewhere, had seen it coming. The show's producers and writers were somewhat ambivalent about the attention. On one hand, it renewed interest in older episodes and brought new viewers to the show. On the other hand, the framing of prediction was not quite accurate, and accepting it risked misrepresenting what the writers had actually been doing, which was not prophecy but reasonably sophisticated political satire. The Trump escalator moment deserves specific attention because it's the detail that makes the prediction narrative feel most uncanny. In the episode, an image of Trump descending an escalator appears in connection with his presidential status. In 2015, when Trump officially announced his candidacy for president, he did so by descending an escalator in Trump Tower in New York City. The visual correspondence between the episode's image and the actual announcement event was specific enough that many people who saw it felt the coincidence was too precise to be merely coincidental. There are several ways to read this. One is that the escalator was indeed a coincidence, that the show used an escalator as a visual shorthand for Trump's grandiosity, and Trump independently chose an escalator as the staging for his announcement for different reasons, and the two decisions happen to produce similar images. Another is that Trump, who has been a consumer of popular culture throughout his life, may have had the Simpsons image somewhere in his awareness when staging his announcement, consciously or not. A third is that the escalator was simply part of Trump Tower's architecture, and both the show and Trump's campaign used it because it was there. None of these explanations is fully satisfying, and the fullest account is probably some combination of all three, plus the additional factor that the human mind is exceptionally good at finding patterns and coincidences, and tends to overweight the ones that confirm stories it already wants to believe. The internet's amplification of the Trump prediction story was partly a genuine amazement at the coincidence, and partly a demonstration of confirmation bias operating at scale. The broader predictions list extends well beyond Trump, and includes a range of events and technologies that the show is said to have anticipated. The Disney acquisition of Fox was depicted in a 1998 episode as a joke about media consolidation, and when Disney actually acquired 20th Century Fox in 2019, the episode was circulated as evidence of prescience. Smartwatch technology appeared in an episode from 1995 years before the Apple Watch. Video calling technology was depicted multiple times across the show's run before video calling became a standard part of daily life. A 1993 episode about a flu pandemic originating in Asia was circulated extensively during the COVID-19 pandemic, with claims that it had predicted the pandemic. Fact-checkers and journalists who examined these claims found that most of them fell into one of several categories. Some were genuine extrapolations of existing trends that any reasonably well-informed person might have made at the time. Some were much vaguer in their details than the viral framing suggested, with specifics added by the retelling that were not in the original episode. Some were instances where the show had depicted something that was already in development or already existed in prototype form at the time of broadcast and simply became mainstream later. And some were genuine coincidences that the volume of the show's output made statistically inevitable. Bill Oakley, who served as showrunner during some of the show's most celebrated seasons, gave an interview addressing the predictions phenomenon that has become one of the clearest explanations of what was actually happening. He said that many of the apparent predictions were not predictions at all, but observations about trends that were already visible, filtered through the show's satirical sensibility and projected forward to their logical or absurd conclusions. The smartwatch, for example, was not a prediction of the Apple Watch. It was an extrapolation of the obvious trajectory of miniaturization technology. Any technology-literate person in 1995 could have noted that computing devices were getting smaller and more portable and imagined a wrist-mounted version. The writer's educational backgrounds matter here. The Simpsons writing staff has historically included a remarkable concentration of people with advanced degrees in mathematics, science, economics, and other technical fields. The show has, at various points in its history, employed writers with PhDs in mathematics and other sciences, people who were not just casually informed about these fields, but deeply versed in how they worked and where they were going. When those people wrote jokes about technology or science, they were often drawing on genuine expertise about current trajectories. That's not prophecy, that's competence. The conspiracy theory framing that has grown up around the predictions takes a different view, of course. In its most extreme form, the theory holds that the show's writers have access to information that ordinary people don't, either through connections to powerful institutions or through some other mechanism that the theorist is usually vague about. These theories, which circulate enthusiastically online, don't generally survive contact with the actual mechanics of how the show is written and produced. But they persist because the alternative explanation, that a very smart team of writers working on a very long-running show would occasionally be right about the future, through a combination of skill, extrapolation, and statistical probability, is less emotionally satisfying than the idea of hidden knowledge. The real meta-story of the predictions phenomenon is the one that is hardest to see from inside it, which is the question of cultural influence running in the opposite direction. The Simpsons, because of its longevity and reach, and the depth of its penetration into American cultural consciousness, may in some cases have shaped the future it appeared to predict rather than simply describing it. When a show watched by hundreds of millions of people over multiple generations depicts something as likely or inevitable or worthy of satire, it changes how the people watching think about that thing. It normalizes possibilities that might otherwise have seemed outlandish. It creates a cultural readiness for things that have been pre-framed by the show's treatment of them. The Trump presidency is the most interesting example of this dynamic, because the show's years of depicting Trump as the logical endpoint of American celebrity politics may have done some small part to make that endpoint feel imaginable before it happened. By the time Trump actually ran, millions of people had already processed the concept of a Trump presidency through the lens of the show's satirical treatment of it. The idea was familiar. It had a pre-existing framework. The Simpsons hadn't predicted the future. It had prepared people to receive a future that was already in development. This dynamic is uncomfortable to think about because it implies a degree of cultural power that most people don't attribute to animated comedy. But The Simpsons is not most animated comedies. It is a show that has been part of the cultural environment for 36 years, shaping how multiple generations of Americans think about their institutions, their neighbors, their politics, and their own family dynamics. That kind of sustained presence leaves marks. The predictions controversy is ultimately a story about pattern recognition and confirmation bias and the specific way that the internet amplifies coincidences into narratives. But underneath those explanations, there is something genuinely interesting about what the show has been doing for 3.5 decades, which is looking at American life carefully and continuously and noting where it seems to be heading. Most of those notes go unnoticed. The ones that hit turn into viral moments. And the accumulated weight of all the hits, stripped of their misses, produces the impression of a show that sees the future. It doesn't see the future, but it does see the present more clearly than most, which over 36 years is almost the same thing. Section 6. Zombie Simpsons. The quality decline debate. There is a phrase that has circulated in Simpsons fan communities for many years, stated with such confidence and such frequency that it has taken on the weight of established fact. The phrase is Zombie Simpsons, and it describes what the show's most devoted critics believe happened somewhere around the 8th, 9th, or 10th season, depending on which fan you ask, when the creative force that had animated the show's golden age drained away and was replaced by a hollow simulacrum that wore the original's face but lacked its soul. The Zombie Simpsons argument is the most sustained critical conversation in the show's history, and it has been going on for more than 20 years without resolution, not because the argument is unresolvable, but because it touches on something real that people experience differently, and describe using the same vocabulary in ways that don't quite map onto each other. Let's start with the argument at its most rigorous. The case for a significant quality decline in The Simpsons, and for the decline being identifiable to a specific period, rests on several observations that even people who disagree with the zombie framing generally concede are accurate. The first observation is that the early seasons of the show operated with a particular density of joke writing that later seasons did not consistently maintain. The Golden Age episodes, broadly understood to span seasons 3 through 8 with some variance in where people draw the boundaries, contained what writers call jokes on jokes, moments where a single scene or even a single line contained multiple layers of comic information simultaneously. The surface joke was funny. The reference implied by the joke was also funny. The structural choice that made the joke possible was also funny, and the emotional truth being expressed through the joke was also true. These layers operated simultaneously, which is one of the marks of very good comedy writing. Later episodes, critics argue, maintained the surface joke but lost the layers. The structural choices became more arbitrary. The references became less earned. The emotional truth receded behind plot mechanics that prioritized the story's forward momentum over the texture of what was happening in any given moment. The jokes were still present. They just weren't as good. The second observation is about character consistency. The Golden Age Simpsons characters were specific people with specific, sometimes contradictory qualities that produced stories because they were placed in situations that activated those contradictions. Homer was simultaneously selfish and devoted, petty and generous, cowardly and occasionally capable of genuine courage. Those contradictions were the engine of the show's drama. They were what made Homer interesting to watch. Later seasons, critics argue, underwent a process that the internet has named Flanderization, after Ned Flanders, in which the characters were reduced to their most extreme and marketable traits at the expense of their complexity. Homer became stupider and more cartoonishly selfish. Ned became more evangelical and more one-dimensionally wholesome. The characters who had been complex enough to be recognizably human were flattened into comedy types, reliable delivery mechanisms for their assigned roles who no longer surprised anyone. The term Flanderization, which started as Simpsons-specific fan vocabulary, has since entered broader cultural use as a way of describing what happens to any long-running character when the pressures of commercial production and audience familiarity push towards simplification. The fact that the show it was coined to describe gave it its name is its own small commentary on The Simpsons' cultural footprint. The third observation, and perhaps the most contested, concerns the show's relationship to consequences. The Golden Age Simpsons, the argument goes, operated with a kind of internal accountability. When Homer did something terrible, the story acknowledged that it was terrible. When Bart's schemes hurt people, Bart felt something about it. The emotional register of the show was calibrated to reality in a way that made the comedy meaningful rather than simply frantic. Later seasons, critics argue, disconnected the characters' actions from their consequences in a way that made the show feel weightless. Homer could do things in a late-season episode that would have generated real emotional drama in an early season, and they would disappear without residue. The reset button, the mechanism by which each episode returns the characters to their baseline positions, was always present in the show's format. But in the Golden Age, the show used it with craft, creating the impression of continuity even while technically resetting. Later seasons, critics say, stopped bothering with that impression. The show's defenders, and they exist in significant numbers, and are not simply contrarian, make several counter-arguments that deserve to be taken seriously. The first counter-argument is that the standards against which the later seasons are being judged are impossibly high, because the Golden Age of The Simpsons represents one of the finest sustained runs of comedy writing in the history of American television. Comparing any subsequent work to that run is structurally unfair. The show became worse relative to itself, but may have remained very good relative to most other things being produced. Individual episodes from even the most maligned later seasons contain moments of genuine brilliance that would stand out as exceptional in any other context. The second counter-argument is that the show's creative priorities shifted in ways that were appropriate responses to its changing audience and cultural position. The early Simpsons was a show discovering what it was, working out its voice, testing what it could do. The later Simpsons is a show that knows what it is and is performing that identity for an audience that has long established expectations. These are different creative challenges, and it's not obvious that the second is inferior to the first, just different. The third counter-argument, the most interesting one, is that the Golden Age narrative is itself partly a product of nostalgia and the way early viewing experiences imprint themselves on memory. The people making the Zombie Simpsons argument grew up watching the Golden Age episodes at formative ages, in circumstances that made those episodes particularly meaningful. Their later engagement with the show lacks those conditions. Of course, the show seems worse now. They are different people watching it under different circumstances, and attributing that difference entirely to a change in the show's quality is probably not accurate. This is not to say that quality decline is entirely imagined. The show has changed, and some of those changes represent genuine losses. But the ferocity of the Zombie Simpsons argument, the specificity of the diagnoses, the certainty with which people identify the exact episode where it all went wrong, suggests that something more than objective quality assessment is going on. There is grief in the argument. There is a sense of loss that goes beyond television criticism into something more personal. The feeling that something you loved has been taken from you and replaced with a lesser version. The show itself has been aware of this criticism for years and has addressed it in various ways, sometimes with self-deprecation that reads as either genuine humility or as a form of preemptive defense, depending on your disposition. Episodes that reference the show's own quality decline, or that make jokes about going on too long, or that gesture toward the gap between the show's current state and its golden age, have been a recurring feature of later seasons. Whether these gestures represent genuine engagement with the criticism or simply a way of absorbing it without changing anything is a question the fans have argued about extensively. The person who coined the specific term zombie Simpsons is a blogger who wrote a piece in 2012 under the pen name Charlie Sweatpants that outlined the argument with unusual precision and that was widely shared within fan communities. The piece identified specific techniques that it argued characterized the zombie era, including what it called jerk-ass Homer, the version of Homer who is stupid and cruel without the redeeming qualities that made Golden Age Homer complex and plot-driven storytelling. The tendency of later episodes to use Homer's behavior as a mechanism for advancing a story rather than as a genuine expression of his character. These were useful critical tools, and they identified real things in the show. But they also became, through their wide adoption and their application by people who shared the original argument's conclusions but not always its rigor, a kind of shorthand that sometimes substituted for actual engagement with specific episodes. The Zombie Simpsons frame became a lens through which certain fans would watch later seasons predetermined to find them wanting, and confirmation bias would do the rest. The quality decline debate has real stakes beyond just the reputation of a television show. It touches on questions about what long-running art owes its audience, whether continuation is always better than cessation, and what happens to a cultural institution when it outlasts the conditions that produced its best work. These are questions without clean answers, and The Simpsons is one of the most detailed case studies of them that exists in any medium. Section 7. The Voice Cast Controversies. Breathe deeply. We're going somewhere quieter now, into a room where a group of extraordinarily talented people argued about money and legacy and what they meant to each other, and where those arguments occasionally threatened to end the show entirely. The voice cast of The Simpsons is, by any reasonable assessment, one of the most remarkable ensemble casts in the history of the medium. Dan Castellaneta, Julie Kavner, Nancy Cartwright, Yeardley Smith, Hank Azaria, and Harry Shearer have between them voiced not just the core Simpson family, but dozens of the show's most beloved supporting characters. The range of characters that Azaria and Shearer alone were responsible for is staggering, encompassing voices of entirely different character and register that would be impressive achievements individually and are mind-bending in their cumulative extent. The first major salary controversy involving the cast erupted in 1998, when the core voice actors requested significantly higher per-episode fees in negotiations for the show's renewal. At the time, the show's cast was earning amounts that were substantial by most standards, but considerably less than the per-episode fees that actors on comparable live-action hits were earning, and less still relative to the profit that their performances were generating for Fox and the show's production company. The cast made the argument, which was economically sound, that their performances were central to what made the show work, and that their compensation should reflect both the show's success and the market value of comparable talent. Fox's initial response was resistance, and for a period in 1998 it appeared genuinely possible that the show might end or be substantially reconstituted with different voice actors. Fox explored, at least in discussion, the possibility of recasting the main roles if the salary negotiations broke down. The idea of recasting the Simpson family's voices was greeted with something approaching horror by the show's fanbase, who understood that voices are not interchangeable components of an animated show, the way the theoretical recasting discussion implied they might be. The voices were the characters. Homer's voice was Homer. Replacing Castellaneta would have produced a different character wearing Homer's face. The negotiations eventually reached a resolution that gave the cast significant raises. The settled amounts, which were later reported in various publications, placed the main voice actors among the highest-paid performers in television. The resolution was largely celebrated, both by the cast and by fans who had watched the standoff nervously. But the negotiations left behind a residue of tension between the cast and the production company that would resurface in various forms over the following years. The 2011 salary dispute was larger and more public. At that point, the show was in its 22nd and 23rd seasons, and Fox announced that it needed the voice cast to accept pay cuts of approximately 45% if the show was to continue. The announcement was framed as a financial necessity, but the cast and their representatives questioned whether the numbers underlying that claim were accurate representations of the show's financial situation or whether they were negotiating positions designed to reduce compensation to actors whose contracts had given them significant leverage. The dispute played out extensively in the trade press. Fox maintained that production costs had risen to a point where the show was no longer profitable without the salary reductions. The cast's representative suggested that the show remained highly profitable and that the demand for salary cuts was not economically justified but strategically motivated. The public didn't have access to the actual financial documents, so the argument about which party was telling the truth about the numbers was not resolvable from the outside. What was clear was that the stakes were high. If the negotiations broke down, the show would either end or proceed with recast voices, both outcomes that seemed unacceptable to most of the people involved. The resolution, when it came, involved pay cuts that were less severe than Fox's opening position but still substantial, accompanied by profit-sharing arrangements that tied the cast's compensation more closely to the show's ongoing financial performance. The 2011 dispute generated considerable coverage, partly because it surfaced questions about the relationship between the cast and the show that had existed for years in a more subterranean form. The voice actors had spent 2 decades inhabiting characters they had not created and had limited creative control over. The characters were owned by the production company. The scripts were written by the writing staff. The voice performances brought those scripts to life in ways that were essential and irreplaceable, but the performers had no ownership stake in what they were creating. They were, however, extraordinarily well compensated, essentially contractors being paid to bring other people's creations to life. This situation is common in animated television and not inherently unfair, but it creates a specific kind of dynamic that the 2011 dispute brought into focus. The cast's leverage came entirely from the irreplaceability of their performances. Fox's leverage came from ownership of the property. When those forces came into conflict, the resolution depended entirely on which party was more willing to accept the worst-case outcome, and neither party was. Harry Shearer's departure and return deserves particular attention because it was the only case in which one of the main cast members actually left the show, however temporarily. In 2015, Shearer announced via Twitter that he would not be returning to The Simpsons, citing contractual disagreements. The announcement was made publicly and in a manner that suggested the breakdown in negotiations had not been amicable. Shearer's characters on the show include Ned Flanders, Mr. Burns, Principal Skinner, Smithers, Lenny, Dr. Hibbert, Kent Brockman, Reverend Lovejoy, and numerous others. The prospect of The Simpsons without those characters, or with those characters recast, was alarming to fans and complicated for the show's production team. Fox responded to Shearer's announcement with a statement that was unusually pointed in its tone, suggesting that the relationship had deteriorated significantly before reaching this endpoint. Shearer's public communications during this period added detail to the picture of what had gone wrong. He expressed frustration with contractual restrictions that he felt limited his ability to work on other projects and to advocate publicly for causes he cared about. He suggested that the contract he was being asked to sign was not one that a reasonable person should be asked to sign. He was, by the standards of the usually private world of performer-studio negotiations, remarkably candid about his grievances. The situation was resolved several months later when Shearer reached a new agreement and returned to the show. The specific terms of the resolution were not made public, but the fact that a resolution was reached at all was taken as an indication that both sides had determined the cost of continuing the dispute was higher than the cost of compromise. Shearer's return was greeted by fans with relief, but also with some awareness that the public nature of the breakdown had revealed tensions within the show's production relationships that had presumably existed for some time. Before they became public, the voice cast controversies are ultimately stories about what happens when art and commerce are inseparably entangled, when the emotional and creative investment of performers exists within a legal and financial framework that treats their contributions as quantifiable commodities. The voices of The Simpsons are not commodities in any meaningful sense. They are living performances that have become part of the cultural fabric, but the contractual structures that govern them treat them as line items in a budget, and the collision between those two realities is what produced the disputes. The recasting controversy related to non-white characters, which we touched on in the Apu section, extended beyond Apu to several other supporting characters. In 2020, the show announced that white actors would no longer voice non-white characters and that affected roles would be recast. Hank Azaria, who voiced not only Apu but also several other non-white characters, including the black character Doctor Nick and the Hispanic character Bumblebee Man, stepped away from those roles. Other white cast members who had voiced non-white characters also relinquished those performances. The recasting process unfolded over the following seasons. Some of the affected characters were given new voice actors with minimal public fanfare. Others disappeared from the show for extended periods without explanation. The process was handled in a way that prioritized quiet resolution over public discussion, which had the effect of reducing the amount of controversy surrounding individual recasting decisions, while also making it difficult to assess how the process was going. The Apu recasting was the most sensitive because it involved the show's most prominent non-white recurring character, and because the controversy surrounding his representation had generated the most sustained public attention. Finding a new voice for Apu, or deciding that Apu would simply not appear in future episodes, were both decisions with implications that extended beyond the practical question of who would do the voice work. What the voice cast controversies taken together reveal about The Simpsons as an institution is something about the complexity of sustaining a creative enterprise over a very long time. The show's cast, writing staff, and production team have all changed substantially from the people who made the Golden Age episodes. The voices are mostly the same, which is part of what gives the show its continuity, but the bodies and minds producing those voices are 3 decades older than they were, and the world in which they're working is completely different. The controversies are in many ways symptoms of this fundamental tension between the show's need for continuity and the inevitability of change. Section 8. Treehouse of Horror when the show went too far. Every October, The Simpsons does something the rest of the year doesn't allow. It sets aside the rules. It kills characters. It lets the darkness in. The Treehouse of Horror episodes, the annual Halloween specials that have been a tradition since the 2nd season, are the episodes where the show operates without the normal safety net of Springfield's rules and relationships and consequences. Over more than 30 installments, the Treehouse specials have produced some of the show's most beloved moments and some of its most controversial ones. They are the place where the show tests what its audience will accept, where the writers indulge impulses that the regular format restrains, and where the line between horror and comedy gets productively blurred in ways that occasionally go further than even the show's most devoted fans expected. The controversy surrounding specific Treehouse episodes is different in character from the broader controversies we've been discussing, because these disputes tend to be about individual moments or choices rather than about the show's general direction or cultural position. They're arguments about taste and limits, about what kind of images belong in a primetime comedy, and what crosses the boundary from dark humor into something that leaves the audience unsettled in ways they didn't find pleasurable. The 1994 special, Treehouse of Horror V, contains a sequence called The Shining, a parody of Stanley Kubrick's The Shining, in which Homer, isolated in a large empty building without beer or television, descends into murderous rage and pursues his family through the halls with a hedge trimmer. The episode is now considered one of the finest parody works in the show's history, a loving and precise engagement with the source material that manages to both honor and deflate it. But when it aired, some viewers found the combination of graphic violence imagery and comedy, with children as the objects of threat, more disturbing than funny. The line between horror, parody, and genuine disturbing content is always a negotiation, and different viewers locate that line in different places. The show, over 30-plus years of Treehouse specials, has placed its bet that the majority of its audience finds the holiday specials enjoyable as a category and will tolerate individual moments that some find excessive in exchange for the overall entertainment of the format. This bet has been generally correct, but it has occasionally produced moments that the show or the network acknowledged were miscalculated. The episode that generated the most genuine controversy in the context of the broader cultural moment was a Treehouse segment from 1997 called Citizen Kang, actually part of the 7th Treehouse special. in which the alien characters Kang and Kodos abduct Bill Clinton and Bob Dole during the 1996 presidential election and replace them with alien duplicates. The segment ends with the aliens winning the election and enslaving humanity, and with Homer's point that voting third party is pointless being refuted by the outcome. It was pointed political satire, more directly partisan in its imagery than the show usually allowed itself to be during regular seasons. The political treehouse segments have a complicated relationship with the show's usual commitment to bipartisan satire. Because the specials operate outside the normal rules, they sometimes venture into political territory that the regular format would be more cautious about. Whether this represents a kind of honest expression of the writer's actual political views, or simply the creative freedom of the Halloween format allowing sharper angles than usual, has been a matter of debate. The canceled and delayed episodes have a particular place in the show's controversy history because they represent moments where either the network or the production team decided that something the show had made wasn't appropriate for broadcast, at least not at that moment. The most discussed delayed broadcast in the show's history involves an episode that was scheduled for 2001 and pulled following the September 11 attacks. The episode, The City of New York vs. Homer Simpson, was not directly related to the attacks in any way, but it featured prominent imagery of the Twin Towers and jokes about New York City that the network decided would be inappropriate to air in the immediate aftermath. The episode was kept out of syndication for years, its absence noted and remarked upon by fans who recognized it as a kind of ghost in the show's library. The decision to pull the episode was not controversial in itself. In the immediate aftermath of September 11th, making editorial judgments about what media content was appropriate was standard practice across the television industry. What became controversial was the length of time the episode remained out of circulation and the inconsistency with which different affiliates and syndication packages handled it. Some viewers noticed that episodes with Twin Towers imagery in the background of New York set scenes continued to air while the named episode remained off-limits, creating a situation where the sensitivity seemed selective rather than principled. The episode has since been restored to circulation and is now available in the complete series collections. The period of its absence is now itself a historical artifact, a document of how a particular cultural moment shaped the decisions made about what could be shown. The gun episode controversy has a different character. Over the course of the show's run, several episodes dealing with gun ownership and gun violence have generated significant mail and protest from viewers who felt the show had taken an inappropriate position on a politically contested issue, as well as from viewers on the other side who felt the show had not taken a strong enough position. The show's treatment of guns is in fact fairly consistent with its overall satirical approach, which is to depict the absurdity of how guns function within American culture without taking a direct legislative position. But episodes that satirize gun ownership are perceived by some viewers as anti-gun advocacy, and episodes that treat gun ownership as a normal feature of Springfield life without satire are perceived by other viewers as normalizing it. The episode The Cartridge Family from 1997 is probably the one that has generated the most sustained discussion. In it, Homer buys a gun, becomes dangerously irresponsible with it, and Marge forces him to get rid of it, only for him to secretly keep it at the end. The episode satirizes both responsible gun ownership advocacy and irresponsible gun culture, and its ending, in which Homer's attachment to his gun is played as a kind of joke on how the issue tends to resolve in American culture, is one of the sharpest things the show did in that period. But sharpest and most comfortable are not the same thing. And the episode generated letters and objections from both pro-gun viewers who felt it unfairly stereotyped gun owners and anti-gun viewers who felt the ending treated the issue with insufficient seriousness. The show's writers, who had crafted an episode they considered properly balanced in its satirical targets, were somewhat frustrated by the reception. Both sides being unhappy with a satirical work is sometimes evidence that the satire has been successful. It can also be evidence that the subject matter is simply not one where satirical balance is possible because the stakes are too high for anyone to enjoy being mocked. The Treehouse specials have also occasionally generated controversy for their treatment of religious themes. The format's freedom has allowed the show to engage with God, death, the afterlife, and religious institutions in ways that the regular episodes approach more carefully. Several segments have depicted God or religious figures in ways that some viewers found disrespectful or blasphemous, and the letters to Fox's standards department following some of these specials have been part of the show's unofficial history. The show's relationship to religion generally, and the occasional treehouse moments that push hardest at that relationship, are part of a broader pattern in The Simpsons' treatment of institutions. The show satirizes religious belief and religious institutions regularly in its regular episodes, but the satire is calibrated to a kind of inclusive skepticism rather than outright rejection, and the character of Ned Flanders provides a counterweight that keeps the show from reading as straightforwardly anti-religious. The Treehouse specials, free from those calibrations, have occasionally produced content that tips further in one direction than the regular format would allow. Section 9. The Lisa Problem: Feminism, Preachiness, and the Show's Moral Compass. Lisa Simpson is 8 years old. She has been 8 years old for 36 years. And in those 36 years, she has become the character around whom more of the show's internal tensions converge than any other. She is the character who cares most about the things the show is trying to say, and she is also the character who, in the hands of less careful writers, becomes a vehicle for saying those things in the most direct and least comedically interesting way possible. The criticism that Lisa became preachy, that she transformed from a specific, complex child into a mouthpiece for the show's liberal sympathies, is one of the most common indictments in the quality decline argument. It is also not entirely wrong, and the people who make it are grappling with something real about the character's evolution. But the full picture of Lisa's arc across the show's run is more interesting than the simple, preachy character dismissal suggests. In the show's early seasons, Lisa's intelligence and moral seriousness were sources of humor as much as they were earnest character traits. The comedy in Lisa came partly from the gap between her genuine sophistication and the environment she was trapped in, a suburban elementary school in a town whose population was almost entirely indifferent to the things she cared about. Her idealism was funny because it was so out of place, and because the show trusted the audience to understand that being right about something doesn't automatically make you effective at changing it. Lisa was right about most things. Springfield ignored her anyway. This dynamic produced some of the show's most elegant comedy because it placed idealism in comic friction with the indifference of the world without either laughing at the idealism itself or pretending the world was responsive to it. Lisa's environmental campaigns failed. Her attempts to improve the school curriculum were met with institutional resistance. Her relationships with other students were complicated by her inability to stop being the smartest person in the room, even when being the smartest person was socially costly. She kept trying anyway. The comedy and the pathos operated simultaneously. The vegetarian episode from 1995, Lisa the Vegetarian, is probably the most discussed example of the show managing this balance beautifully. Lisa, after a visit to a petting zoo and a bonding experience with a lamb, decides she cannot continue to eat meat. The episode treats her decision with genuine respect, not as a punchline or a phase she will grow out of, but as a genuine moral position arrived at through real emotional experience. It also treats the social consequences of that decision honestly, following Lisa through the social isolation and family conflict that vegetarianism at the Simpson family dinner table inevitably produces. The episode's resolution involves a rooftop conversation between Lisa and Paul and Linda McCartney, who guest-voiced as themselves, in which Paul tells Lisa that you have to pick your battles and that trying to force your choices on others is counterproductive. Lisa returns to the family barbecue not as a convert back to meat eating, but as someone who has learned something about the relationship between personal moral choices and social relationships. It is a genuinely grown-up message delivered through an 8-year-old character, and it worked because the show understood that Lisa's moral seriousness didn't have to mean moral rigidity. The vegetarian episode holds up because it gives Lisa both her conviction and her education. It respects her enough to let her be wrong about how to express what she's right about. That distinction matters enormously. The episodes that critics point to as evidence of Lisa's decline as a character tend to be ones where that distinction disappears, where Lisa is given a moral position and allowed to argue it directly without the friction of consequence or the complexity of her own imperfection. When Lisa is right and the episode simply agrees with her and the world eventually comes around, the comedy evacuates, and what's left is advocacy. Advocacy can be worthwhile. It is not the same thing as comedy. and it is not what made the character great in the first place. The feminist readings of Lisa's character are extensive and sometimes conflicting. For viewers who came of age watching the show in the 1990s, particularly girls who recognized something of themselves in Lisa's experience of being smart in a world that found that quality inconvenient, the character carried enormous personal weight. She was doing something that was still relatively uncommon in animated television, which was depicting the interior life of an intelligent girl with genuine specificity, taking her frustrations and her aspirations seriously, rather than using them as background color for other characters' stories. This reading is entirely valid and important. Lisa mattered to a lot of young people who watched the show and who found in her a reflection of something they recognized from their own experience. The show's critics who argue that Lisa became preachy are not wrong about what happened to the character in later seasons, but they sometimes describe that deterioration in terms that inadvertently dismiss what the character accomplished in her best iterations. Being preachy is not a female vice. It's a writing failure, and the failure is the writers, not the characters. The network's influence on how Lisa's stories were handled over the years is a dimension that doesn't get as much attention as it deserves. Fox as a network had complicated relationships with the show's more politically pointed content, and Lisa's role as the character most likely to make explicit political or social arguments meant that her storylines were sometimes subject to more notes and more resistance than storylines involving other characters. The show's writers have mentioned in various interviews that certain Lisa storylines were made softer or more ambiguous than originally intended in response to network feedback, and that this process sometimes produced exactly the kind of vague, uncommitted resolution that critics found least satisfying. The show fought these battles with varying degrees of success depending on the period. In the Golden Age, the writers had enough credibility and enough creative momentum to push back on network interference more effectively. In later seasons, when the show's cultural authority had diminished somewhat and its relationship with Fox had become more complicated, the accommodation of network notes was sometimes more visible in the finished product. Lisa's relationship with her family is the thread that keeps her character grounded even when the writing around her is weakest. Her relationship with Homer is one of the show's most consistently beautiful elements. He doesn't understand her, not really, but he loves her with a completeness that transcends understanding. He shows up for her in the ways he knows how, which are usually the wrong ways, but the showing up itself matters. Lisa knows this. It's one of the things that keeps her from becoming purely the show's ideological avatar, that underneath the saxophone and the politics and the books is a daughter who wants her father to be proud of her and who is quietly grateful every time he is. The Lisa problem is ultimately not about Lisa. It's about the difficulty of writing idealism over a long period of time without either betraying it or turning it into a lecture. The show solved this problem beautifully in its best seasons. It has solved it less beautifully in its less distinguished ones. And the character remains, across all of it, one of the most fully realized children in the history of animated television, even when the writing around her is working against that realization. Section 10. The Fox Network Wars. Let's slow down again. Let the weight of all of this settle somewhere comfortable. We're going into the space between the show and the network that broadcast it, a space that was always contested and sometimes genuinely adversarial, and that shaped The Simpsons in ways that the audience rarely saw directly, but that touched nearly every season of the show's run. Fox and The Simpsons had a relationship that was complicated from the beginning by the mutual dependency that made it both necessary and occasionally maddening. The Simpsons needed Fox in the obvious sense that it needed a broadcast platform, and Fox was the only network willing to take the show in its original form. The other networks had passed on various Simpsons-related proposals, not necessarily because they didn't recognize the talent involved, but because the show didn't fit their existing programming philosophies and their existing audience expectations. Fox, in 1989, was a newer and scrappier operation that was actively looking for programming that would differentiate it from the established networks. The Simpsons, strange and rough and unlike anything else on American television, was exactly the kind of differentiating property that Fox needed. The network's willingness to broadcast the show was not altruistic, it was strategic. Fox understood, at least in general terms, that having a show nobody else would touch was potentially more valuable than having another version of what everybody else already had. But strategic relationships are not the same as harmonious ones. and the relationship between The Simpsons and Fox was frequently strategic and frequently harmonious, without consistently being both at once. The content fights were persistent. Fox's Standards and Practices Department had a complicated relationship with a show that routinely pushed against the boundaries of what was acceptable in primetime, not through graphic content, but through the cumulative effect of its satirical worldview and its willingness to depict American institutions in an unflattering light. Fox had its own interests to protect. It had advertisers who were paying for access to the show's audience. It had regulatory relationships with the FCC. It had political sensitivities that were shaped by its ownership by News Corporation, which also owned properties with very different political orientations. Matt Groening has been candid in interviews over the years about the tensions between the show and its network. He has described specific battles over content, specific notes that were pushed back on, specific instances where the show's creative team fought to preserve something that the network wanted changed. The details of most of these specific battles are not fully public, because the people involved generally preferred to keep them private while occasionally signaling their existence in ways that confirmed they had occurred. The most structurally significant impact of the Fox relationship on the show's creative content was probably not the individual content battles, but the broader constraint that comes from being a major primetime property on a commercial broadcast network. The Simpsons, for all its apparent subversiveness, was not operating as independent media. It was a highly profitable commercial property that needed to maintain its value to a particular kind of advertiser. The constraints that came with this position were not usually expressed as specific censorship demands. They operated more diffusely, through the general atmosphere of a room that understood what kind of content the network would and would not defend, and made decisions in advance accordingly. This is not a unique situation. Every commercially produced television show operates within these constraints. What makes The Simpsons case interesting is the degree to which the show managed to push against those constraints while remaining within them, producing work that was often genuinely subversive, while never fully crossing the line that would have made it commercially unviable. The trick of The Simpsons, one of its central creative achievements, was figuring out how far you could go within the constraints of primetime commercial television before you hit the ceiling, and then going exactly that far, consistently, over many seasons. The Rupert Murdoch question is one that people who write about the show tend to either engage with too superficially or avoid entirely. News Corporation, through its ownership of Fox, was the company that broadcast The Simpsons for its entire original run. Murdoch's other properties, particularly Fox News, were exactly the kind of media institutions that The Simpsons regularly satirized. The show made jokes about Fox's news operation on multiple occasions. Fox Broadcasting, which was a separate entity from Fox News, generally tolerated these jokes, partly because they understood the show's satirical tradition, and partly because the jokes generally read as self-aware rather than as genuine attacks on the parent company's core business. The relationship between The Simpsons and Fox News is one of the more delicious ironies in the history of American media, and the show has leaned into it periodically with what appears to be genuine enjoyment. The show that most consistently satirized the worldview that Fox News represented was broadcast by the same company that created and sustained Fox News. Both products were profitable. Murdoch was not primarily an ideological entrepreneur. He was a business entrepreneur who had determined that ideological entertainment was profitable, and The Simpsons was profitable in a different way. The irony was real, but the commercial logic was consistent. The Disney acquisition of 21st Century Fox in 2019 changed the ownership landscape in ways that the show has not fully worked through in public. Disney is a company with its own set of values and priorities and a specific kind of brand identity that it guards carefully. The Simpsons, with its history of satirical irreverence and its occasional sharp edges, sits a bit awkwardly within the Disney content portfolio. The show has continued to air and produce new episodes under Disney's expanded media umbrella, and the creative team has not publicly reported major interference. But the relationship between a show built on satirical critique of corporate power and a corporate owner that is itself one of the largest media companies in the world is inherently interesting, and the show has made self-aware jokes about the acquisition that acknowledge the irony without fully examining it. Religious content was one of the most persistent battlegrounds between the show and its network. The Simpsons engaged with religion more directly and more regularly than almost any other mainstream American comedy, and the show's treatment of faith, particularly through the characters of Ned Flanders, Reverend Lovejoy, and the show's various direct depictions of God and the afterlife, generated a steady stream of complaints and concerns from religious viewers and organizations. The show's approach to religion is actually fairly sympathetic in structural terms. The show does not argue that religious belief is foolish. It argues that religious institutions often fail the people they're supposed to serve, which is a different and considerably less provocative claim. Ned Flanders' faith is depicted as genuine and in many ways admirable, even as the show finds comedy in its expression. The show's direct encounters with the divine generally treat God as real and present within the show's universe, which is a more respectful stance toward religious belief than many secular cultural products take. But nuance doesn't travel well in complaint letters, and the complaints about The Simpsons' treatment of religion tended to focus on specific images or lines rather than on the show's overall approach. The moments where God was depicted in a particular way, or where a religious character was made the object of comedy, or where a religious institution was satirized, were the moments that generated objections regardless of the context surrounding them. Fox handled these complaints with varying degrees of responsiveness, depending on the period and the specific content. Some adjustments were made in response to sustained pressure. Others were resisted. The show's history with religious content is a microcosm of the broader challenge of satirizing belief systems in a medium that reaches enormous mixed audiences, some of whom find satirical treatment of their beliefs entirely acceptable, and some of whom find it genuinely offensive and feel entitled to object to it. Section 11. Lawsuits, stolen ideas, and the show's murky origins. Rest for a moment. This section goes somewhere fundamental, into the question of where The Simpsons actually came from and who deserves the credit for making it what it is. These are questions with legal dimensions and personal dimensions and creative dimensions, and they've been contested since before the show aired its first episode. Matt Groening created The Simpson family in 1987 when he was asked by James L. Brooks to pitch an animated short for The Tracy Ullman Show, a variety program on the nascent Fox network that was looking for animated content to include between sketches. Groening pitched a family of cartoon characters that he drew quickly in Brooks's office, reportedly because he didn't want to pitch his existing Life in Hell characters and risk losing the rights to them if the project didn't work out. He gave the family members the names of his own family. Homer, Marge, and Maggie were his parents' and sisters' names, with Bart being an anagram of brat. The shorts ran on The Tracy Ullman Show from 1987 to 1989. They were rough and limited by animation standards, but they established the characters and their dynamics in a form that Groening, Brooks, and Simon would then develop into the full series. The shorts are now historical curiosities, significantly cruder than even the first season of the main show, but interesting as artifacts of the characters in their earliest iteration. Tracy Ullman's role in the show's origin story became a legal matter in 1992 when she filed a lawsuit against Fox and the show's production company. Ullman's claim was that she deserved a share of the profits from The Simpsons because her show had provided the platform that launched The Simpsons shorts, and that her personal championing of the project had been instrumental in its development. She argued that her contribution to the show's origins had not been adequately compensated by her original agreements. The lawsuit was eventually settled out of court for terms that were not publicly disclosed. The details of the settlement remain private, and Ullman has not discussed the resolution in detail in public. What the lawsuit established in the public record, whatever its legal resolution, was a reminder that the show's origin story was not a simple tale of a singular creator having a complete vision, but a more complicated collaborative history in which multiple people's contributions fed into what The Simpsons eventually became. The Sam Simon situation, which we discussed in the context of the writer's room, is also relevant to the origins question because Simon's role in making The Simpsons a television show that worked, as distinct from Groening's role in creating the characters, is a case study in the difficulty of assigning credit for collaborative creative work. The credit structure on the show, which lists Groening, Brooks, and Simon as co-creators, distributes credit equally among the three. Whether that distribution accurately reflects their respective contributions is a matter that Simon, in various interviews before his death, suggested it did not. The intellectual property questions that surrounded The Simpsons in its early years extended to the merchandise empire. The unlicensed and semi-licensed Bart Simpson products that flooded the market in 1990 generated significant legal activity as Fox and the show's production company tried to shut down unauthorized manufacturers. Some of this litigation was routine enforcement of intellectual property law. Some of it was complicated by the fact that the original licensing arrangements had not been sufficiently robust to prevent the proliferation of quasi-authorized merchandise in the first place. There were also cases of independent artists and creators who claimed that specific elements of The Simpsons had been taken from their own prior work, claims that ranged from clearly frivolous to genuinely ambiguous. The history of popular culture is full of these disputes because influence and inspiration and outright copying exist on a continuum that is often impossible to cleanly sort. The Simpsons drew on an enormous range of prior work, from classic Hollywood comedy to underground comics to the entire tradition of American satirical fiction, and the question of where inspiration ends and something more problematic begins is not always resolvable by looking at specific similarities. What is clear is that The Simpsons' relationship to its own origins is more complicated than the standard creation narrative suggests. The show is presented in its cultural mythology as the singular vision of Matt Groening, which is not false but is incomplete. It was shaped by Brooks's industry experience and relationships. It was built by Simon's production expertise. It was performed by voice actors whose specific contributions are irreplaceable. It was written by dozens of writers over dozens of years, each of whom left their mark on the characters and the world. The "created by Matt Groening" credit is accurate as a legal matter and as a shorthand for the show's origination. It is incomplete as a description of how the show became what it became. The question of idea theft is one that Groening and the show's creators have faced in various forms over the years, and their responses have generally been to deny specific allegations while acknowledging the show's debt to a broad range of influences. This is probably the honest position. The show is obviously influenced by many things, as all creative work is, and the presence of influence does not constitute theft. The specific allegations that have been made against the show over the years have not, for the most part, survived legal scrutiny. But the origin story matters beyond its legal dimensions, because it shapes how we understand what The Simpsons is. If the show is primarily Groening's vision, then its trajectory over 36 years is the trajectory of one person's creative relationship with a set of characters over a long time. If it is a more genuinely collaborative creation, then its history is a more complex story about how multiple people's contributions built and sustained and sometimes fought over a shared property. The second version is less clean but probably more accurate, and it illuminates the show's many internal tensions in ways that the first version obscures. The show has itself engaged with its own origins in occasional self-referential moments, and the relationship between the show's official mythology and its more complicated actual history is present, if you know to look for it, in the way the show talks about itself and its own creation. There is a kind of institutional modesty in some of those moments that suggests an awareness that the official story is incomplete, even if the show has no obligation to tell the complete story to its audience. What the legal history of The Simpsons most clearly demonstrates is something about the enormous commercial value that was generated by the show's success and the degree to which that value created incentives for dispute about how it should be distributed. The Tracy Ullman lawsuit, the Sam Simon negotiations, the cast salary disputes, the merchandise enforcement battles. All of these legal episodes are fundamentally about money flowing from an extraordinarily successful creative enterprise, and the question of who has a legitimate claim to it. The creative and financial histories of the show are inseparable because the financial stakes of the show's success shaped the legal and institutional relationships that governed how the creative work was produced. Section 12. The ending that never comes. Should The Simpsons stop? We're coming to the end now. The last major mystery. The one that doesn't have an answer yet, though it will eventually. The question of whether The Simpsons should end, and when, and how, has been asked and answered and asked again for more than 20 years. The show has been renewed season after season. The actors have renegotiated their contracts. The writers have continued to produce episodes. And yet the conversation about the show's ending is always present, always available to be restarted by any development that makes the show's continued existence seem newly uncertain. Matt Groening has given contradictory statements about the show's ending over the years, in ways that suggest he is genuinely uncertain about his own relationship to the question. In some interviews, he has suggested that the show should run as long as the audience wants to watch it, that there is no natural endpoint for a show about a family, and that the format is flexible enough to sustain indefinitely. In other interviews, he has suggested that the show's ending is something he thinks about, that a final episode is conceptually interesting to him, that he has ideas about how the story might conclude. These contradictions are probably genuine rather than strategic. The question of when to end a show that remains commercially viable and has an audience is not a simple one, and the answer is not obvious from either the creative or the business perspective. The Simpsons occupies a unique position in this regard because its commercial viability, its cultural significance, and its creative quality have been operating at very different levels for many years, creating a situation where the arguments for and against continuation can be made simultaneously from different frameworks and both be correct. From a purely commercial perspective, the show has remained profitable throughout its run. Fox, and now Disney, have continued to renew it because the economics have made sense. The ratings have declined significantly from the show's peak, but remain respectable by current broadcast standards. The show's global syndication revenue, its streaming performance, its merchandise presence, and its cultural visibility all contribute to its value as a property in ways that go beyond the weekly ratings number. Commercially, there is no obvious point at which continuing to produce the show becomes irrational. From a creative perspective, the situation is less clear. The show has produced excellent individual episodes and sequences in its later seasons, moments of genuine craft and emotional resonance that demonstrate the continued presence of real talent in the room. But the overall creative standard has not matched the golden age, and the gap between the show's best historical work and its recent work is large enough to generate reasonable questions about whether continuation serves the show's legacy or diminishes it. The planned endings that have been discussed in various forms over the years reveal something about how the show's creative team thinks about its conclusion. At different points in the show's history, different people associated with the production have described concepts for how the show might conclude. Images of Springfield and the Simpson family in their final episode state. Some of these described endings are melancholy. Some are deliberately unresolved. Some gestures toward the full circle satisfaction of a story that has found its way home. The show has produced future set episodes and flash forwards that function as provisional endings, glimpses of what the characters might eventually become if the floating timeline ever stopped floating and started landing. Lisa's wedding episode is the most famous of these, but there are others distributed across the show's history, moments where the show tries on the idea of its own conclusion and then steps back from it. These trial endings are interesting precisely because of what they reveal about the emotional core of the show's relationship to time and change. Every imagined ending involves the characters having grown and changed, having aged and moved through life in the ways that the floating timeline prevents. Every imagined ending is, in a sense, the ending that the show is constantly refusing, the version of the story where time actually passes and people actually become different things than they were. The show circles this ending perpetually without committing to it, and the circling is itself a kind of statement about what the show is and what it means. The fan response to the question of whether the show should end is itself a complicated thing. There is a significant population of devoted Simpsons fans who believe the show should have ended after its 8th or 9th season, and that everything since has diluted the legacy of its golden age. These fans are often the most articulate critics of the show's later periods and the most detailed analysts of the specific ways in which the quality declined. Their argument is that continuation without quality maintenance has made it harder to talk about the show as a unified achievement, that the 36th season and the 4th season exist in such different creative universes that treating them as the same show is a category error. On the other side are fans who find value in the show's continued existence regardless of consistent quality, who appreciate individual excellent moments within otherwise mediocre seasons, who feel that the show's ongoing cultural presence serves functions that go beyond episode-by-episode quality assessment. These fans are not simply wrong. The show's continued presence does maintain something, an anchor point in the culture, a set of characters, and a world that remains available as a reference point and as a source of comfort for people who grew up with it. The tension between these positions is probably irresolvable because they are measuring different things. The quality critics are measuring The Simpsons against the possibility it represented at its peak, against the show it could have been if it had ended at its natural creative ceiling. The continuation defenders are measuring it against what it provides, the ongoing availability of a world that has meaning to people who care about it. Both measurements are legitimate. The show satisfies the second measure easily. It fails the first by a significant margin. And whether the first or the second is the more important criterion is a question that has no objective answer, only personal ones. The show's relationship to its own ending has produced some of the most meta and self-referential content in its later seasons. Moments where the characters seem to be aware of the existential question of their own continuation. These moments are usually played for comedy, because the show's instinct when confronting uncomfortable truths is to make a joke about them. But underneath the jokes, the question is real. At what point does a story become the story of its own impossibility to end? The financial incentives for continuation are considerable. Disney, having acquired the property as part of its purchase of 21st Century Fox's entertainment assets, has an obvious commercial interest in maintaining a show that remains profitable and that carries significant cultural cachet. The show's library of episodes is an asset in the streaming context, where depth of catalog matters enormously. Disney Plus has been a home for the complete Simpsons library, and the show's continued production adds to that library every season. What would an actual final episode look like? The show's creators have gestured toward this question without committing to an answer. The most emotionally coherent ending would probably involve the floating timeline finally stopping, time beginning to pass again, the characters aging toward whatever their futures are. This is the ending that the flash-forward episodes have been practicing for. It would require the show to give up the mechanism that has sustained it for 36 years, the eternal present, the permanent now of Springfield's existence. Whether the show's creators and Fox and Disney will ever choose to deliver that ending, or whether The Simpsons will simply continue until it doesn't, until the ratings fall below some commercial threshold, or the cast decides not to continue, or until some other force intervenes to bring it to a close, is genuinely unknown. The show has outlasted most predictions of its ending by decades. It may outlast several more, and perhaps that persistence is itself the answer to the question of whether it should end. The show has been making the argument, through its own continued existence, that some stories don't have clean endings, that families continue, that the loop doesn't break unless something forces it to, that the couch is always there, and the family always finds it, and the television is always on, and Sunday night in Springfield goes on forever if you need it to. Whether that argument is beautiful or simply convenient depends on how you feel about endings and about the things you love that refuse to let you put them down. Section 13. The character assassination of Homer Simpson. Homer Simpson was, in the early seasons of the show, a specific and carefully drawn person. He was not simply a dumb guy or a bad dad. He was a man whose intelligence was limited and whose impulse control was poor, and who was aware, on some level, of the gap between who he was and who he wanted to be, and who managed that awareness through a combination of self-deception and genuine warmth. His love for his family was not an exception to his character. It was the core of it. Everything else was the noise around that core. The evolution of Homer Simpson from that specific person into the more general comedy type that critics describe as jerk-ass Homer is one of the more thoroughly analyzed character arcs in television criticism, and it is worth examining in its own right, separate from the broader quality decline argument of which it is a part. The turn begins to be visible around the 7th and 8th seasons, where individual episodes occasionally deploy a Homer who is crueler, more oblivious, and less redeemed by genuine warmth than the earlier version. This Homer is funny in a more immediate and less complex way. His stupidity generates jokes more reliably because it's more absolute. His selfishness produces cleaner story engines because it doesn't have to be balanced against genuine love. The later Homer is easier to write for, in the same way that a caricature is easier to draw than a portrait. What was lost in this transition is the thing that made the Golden Age Homer great. The Golden Age Homer was funny and also sad in the way that real people who are failing to live up to their own potential are funny and sad. The comedy of his limitations was inseparable from the pathos of those limitations. When Homer forgot Lisa's saxophone recital, it was funny because of the specific way he forgot it and the specific excuses he made, But it was also genuinely painful because you understood that Homer loved Lisa, and that his failure to show up was a failure of a kind that would leave a mark. Both things were true at once. When the jerk-ass Homer forgets something, the pathos is absent because the character's relationship to his own failure has changed. He is not a man failing to be good. He is a comedy machine producing failure. The distinction is the difference between a character study and a sketch. The people who write about this transition sometimes frame it as a moral failure of the show, as if the writers had decided to make Homer worse as a person in order to make him more useful as a comedy tool. This framing is probably not quite right. The drift toward jerk-ass Homer was probably not a conscious decision, but a gradual, cumulative effect of many individual writing choices, each of which seemed locally reasonable, adding up over seasons into a character who had been slowly hollowed out. This kind of gradual character hollowing is a known hazard of long-running television writing. The pressures of producing 22 episodes a year over many years push towards story engines that are reliable and efficient. A character whose core trait is reliable obliviousness is a more efficient story engine than a character whose core trait is the complex and variable tension between love and failure. Efficiency 1, incrementally over many seasons. The fan response to Homer's character decline is interesting because it operates at a more visceral level than the general quality decline argument. People who are willing to accept that the show isn't as good as it was can still be genuinely upset by what happened to Homer specifically, because Homer is the character whose inner life the show was most invested in revealing, and whose degradation therefore feels most like a betrayal. The season 12 episode about Homer having a genius-level IQ when the crayon is removed from his brain is, among other things, an explicit engagement with the question of who Homer actually is underneath his apparent limitations. The episode argues that Homer's intelligence was suppressed rather than absent, that a more capable and articulate version of Homer exists within the one we see every week, and that the gap between the two is not the result of fate or genetics, but of damage. This is a beautiful and somewhat heartbreaking reading of the character, and the episode is correctly celebrated as one of the better late-period Simpsons stories. But the episode also contains the show's most direct acknowledgement of the character decline argument, because Homer with the crayon removed is visibly a return to something the show had moved away from. The intelligence, the self-awareness, the capacity for genuine insight that the episode gives Homer for its duration are qualities that the character had exhibited more regularly in earlier seasons. The episode's premise implies that the simpler, cruder Homer of the later seasons is the damaged version, the one with the crayon in, and that the complex Homer of the Golden Age was the real one. Whether the episode was intended as a meta-commentary on the character's decline is unknown. It may simply have been a good story idea that happened to carry this additional resonance. But the resonance is there, and it's difficult to ignore for anyone who has been paying attention to what happened to Homer over the decades. The question of whether Homer can be rehabilitated, whether a future showrunner might restore something of the character's golden age complexity, has been discussed in fan communities for years. The consensus, such as it is, tends towards skepticism. The Golden Age Homer was the product of a specific moment in the show's creative history, a particular alignment of writing talent and showrunner vision and cultural context that cannot simply be recreated by an act of creative will. Characters are historical. They exist in relationship to the moment of their creation, and the moment is not recoverable. What can be recovered, what the show's better recent episodes sometimes achieve, is the warmth. The love for family that was always Homer's core. That element survives even in episodes where the surrounding characterization is thin, because it's baked into the show's fundamental architecture. Homer loves his family. That fact doesn't require complex writing to express. It shows up even through the simplified version of the character, a residue of the original that persists after everything more complex has been worn away. Section 14. Springfield's Forgotten Controversies. We're deep into the night now. The stories are getting quieter, more specific. This section is for the controversies that don't make the highlight reels, the ones that occupied specific corners of the fan community or generated specific cultural debates that have since faded into the background noise of the show's long history. The recasting and elimination of supporting characters over the years has generated periodic controversies that collectively tell an interesting story about how the show's relationship to its own world has changed over time. The removal of characters who were voiced by actors who died or retired, and the decisions about whether to recast or retire those characters, have produced a series of individual decisions that the show has handled with varying degrees of grace. Phil Hartman voiced two of the show's most beloved supporting characters, Troy McClure and Lionel Hutz. When Hartman was murdered in 1998, the show faced the decision of what to do with these characters. The decision was made to retire both, rather than recast them. Troy McClure and Lionel Hutz have not appeared in the show since Hartman's death. The decision was widely praised as an appropriate tribute to Hartman's unique contribution, an acknowledgement that his voice and timing were so specific to those characters that replacing him would have produced something that was technically the same character but experientially different in a way that would have been more uncomfortable than simply honoring the character's retirement. The Lionel Hutz and Troy McClure absences create occasional small puzzles in the show's universe, moments where you become aware that these characters have simply stopped existing without anyone within Springfield remarking on their absence. The show has made occasional passing references to the characters over the years, brief acknowledgments that exist somewhere between tribute and wink, but has not attempted to bring them back. Other characters have been recast after the departure of their original voice actors for various reasons. Some of these recastings have been smooth enough that casual viewers may not have noticed. Others have been more visible, either because the character was prominent enough that any change in voice would be noticed by attentive fans, or because the new voice carried enough difference in texture and timing to make the distinction audible. The show's treatment of race across its supporting cast was not only a matter of voice casting. The writing of non-white characters and the kinds of storylines they were given was a dimension of the show's representation that attracted less concentrated attention than the Apu controversy, but that critics examining the show's history have noted as a consistent pattern. Springfield was depicted as a predominantly white town, with supporting characters whose ethnicities were markers of specific comedic roles rather than fully realized lives. The show's satire of racial attitudes was real, but the show's actual representation of race was more limited than the satire might have suggested. The comic book guy is a character whose arc across the show's run is its own small study in how the show's relationship to its own fan culture evolved. In the early seasons, the comic book guy was a specific satirical target, a portrait of a certain kind of obsessive and socially maladroit collector culture that the show found comic without being entirely unsympathetic. The character was sharp and specific. As the seasons progressed, and as the internet fandom of The Simpsons itself grew into a substantial cultural force, the comic book guy became something different. He became a stand-in for the show's critics, a way of depicting the kind of detailed analysis and complaint that the fan community directed at the show, as itself a form of obsession that the show could affectionately mock. This self-referential deployment of the comic book guy has been mostly well received, because it contains a genuine self-awareness that fans find more appealing than simple dismissal of their concerns. But it has occasionally tipped into something that felt more defensive than humorous, moments where the show used the character to caricature its own critics in ways that seemed designed to preemptively undermine legitimate complaints by associating them with an extreme and unpleasant version of fandom. The show's relationship to its own fan community is genuinely complex and has changed substantially across the decades. In the early seasons, when the internet was young and fan communities were small and primarily operated through newsgroups and early websites, the show's engagement with its audience was limited, and the idea of self-aware fan service was not yet a dominant mode of television production. In later seasons, with massive and highly organized online fandom producing detailed analyses and critiques, the show's awareness of how it was being perceived became more explicitly visible in the work itself. Whether this increased self-awareness improved the show or made it more defensive and more prone to easy resolution of its own contradictions is a question that different viewers answered differently. The self-referential episodes that acknowledge the show's long run and its own mythology are often among the more interesting things the show produces in its later seasons. They represent a genuine engagement with what it means to be a television institution rather than simply a television show. But the engagement with fan expectations also creates a version of the Hall of Mirrors problem, where the show is responding to images of itself rather than producing something new. The religious episode fights that occurred most visibly in the show's relationship with the Catholic League and various Protestant organizations generated a specific kind of controversy that was different in character from the aesthetic criticism. These were complaints not about quality or representation, but about content that the complaining parties found blasphemous or disrespectful, and the show's response to them revealed something about how it understood its own relationship to religious subjects. The show's general position, articulated most clearly in the way it structured its religious content, was that religious belief was a legitimate and often admirable aspect of human experience, that religious institutions were often failing to live up to the ideals they claimed to represent, and that comedy about the gap between the two was appropriate and valuable. This is not an anti-religious position. It is, in fact, very close to the position that many religious reformers throughout history have taken. But it generated objections from people who felt that any comedy about religious subjects was inherently disrespectful, regardless of the specific content or the overall framing. The show generally held its ground in these disputes, and the network generally supported it, which is worth noting as a marker of how the commercial logic operated. The religious complaints represented a relatively small portion of the show's audience, and the episodes generating those complaints were also among the show's best reviewed and most watched. The commercial calculus favored the show over the complainants, which meant the show had the freedom to maintain its position. Section 15. The secondary characters and their untold stories. Close your eyes a little more. Let the characters drift in. Not the main family this time, but the ones in the background. The ones who fill Springfield with specific life and whose own controversies have added color to the show's long history. Sideshow Bob is probably the most discussed secondary character in the show's history, and his arc across many seasons represents one of the show's most self-conscious experiments with the long-term development of a supporting figure. Voiced by Kelsey Grammer with a theatrical grandeur that perfectly suits the character's self-image, Bob began as a simple villain, a criminal mastermind who had been wronged by Bart and who dedicated himself to revenge. Over many seasons, the show developed his backstory, his relationships, his contradictions, into something substantially more complex. The debate about what Sideshow Bob became over time mirrors in miniature the larger quality decline argument. His early appearances were precise and sharply written, giving the character's outsized personality room to operate against specific comic situations. His later appearances, critics argue, relied increasingly on the established template of his character without finding new things within it, producing a version of Bob who was visually and vocally identical to the original, but who had run out of surprising things to say or do. The question of when to stop using a beloved supporting character, and how, is one that long-running shows rarely answer well. The instinct is always to give the audience more of what they love, but more of something that was brilliant in limited doses produces diminishing returns at a rate that is difficult to predict in advance. Sideshow Bob has been used extensively enough across the show's run that his appearances no longer carry the impact they once did, which is a kind of self-inflicted diminishment that the show chose over the alternative of using him more sparingly. Principal Skinner's identity crisis, which we touched on in the context of the Principal and the Pauper episode, had a specific real-world consequence in the form of Harry Shearer's vocal objection to the storyline. Shearer, who voiced Skinner and who had developed a specific and carefully considered understanding of the character over many seasons, was genuinely upset by the episode's decision to replace Skinner's established history with a wholesale revelation of identity theft. His objection was not simply a performer defending a character he was attached to, though that element was present. It was a substantive creative argument about what the story did to the integrity of a character that had been carefully built over years. Shearer's willingness to make his objection public was unusual and generated coverage that brought the behind-the-scenes disagreement into the fan conversation in a way that such disagreements rarely are. His position has been largely vindicated by subsequent fan and critical consensus, which treats the Skinner identity episode as one of the show's most egregious creative missteps. The fact that the disagreement was visible has allowed for a more honest accounting of what went wrong than is possible for the many other creative decisions that went wrong but were never publicly contested. Mo Zieslak's character evolution is a case study in the show's complex and sometimes uncomfortable treatment of male loneliness. Mo began as a barman, a functional role in the show's ecology, a place where Homer and his friends could gather and drink and talk, and the show could set scenes that required a specific social environment. He developed over time into something more interesting and more painful, a portrait of profound social isolation that the show occasionally took very seriously and at other times used as pure comedy. The Moe episodes that work are the ones where the show commits to the sadness without either sentimentalizing it or turning it into easy comedy. The episodes where Moe's loneliness generates genuine pathos, where his attempts at connection fail in specific and recognizable ways, are among the most emotionally precise things the show has done with a supporting character. They are also the episodes that some viewers find uncomfortable in a way that comedy shouldn't be, that reach into something real and raw about loneliness and failure that the format doesn't quite have the equipment to fully address. The treatment of secondary characters' romantic and sexual lives has generated specific controversies across the show's run, partly because the show's treatment of these subjects has varied widely in quality and sensitivity. The Smithers and Burns relationship, which was slowly revealed to be an unrequited love that Smithers harbored for his employer, is one of the show's most complex ongoing narrative threads, and the show's handling of Smithers' sexuality evolved significantly over the decades, from coded suggestion to relatively open acknowledgement. The specific timeline of how explicitly the show depicted Smithers as gay shifted in response to both cultural changes and internal creative decisions. In the earlier seasons, the relationship between Smithers and Burns was depicted in a way that was intended to be understood by viewers who were paying attention while maintaining enough ambiguity to satisfy network caution about depicting a gay character. As cultural attitudes shifted and as the show aged, the depiction became more explicit. The decision to finally confirm Smithers' sexuality in a more direct way, which happened in a season 27 episode, was received differently by different viewers. Some found it overdue and appropriate. Some found it a too little, too late gesture that came after decades of treating the character's sexuality as a subject of implication rather than acknowledgement. The complexity of Smithers' situation within the show, as a man in love with someone who is at minimum indifferent to him and at maximum exploitative of him, has been handled with varying degrees of sophistication over the years, but the thread of genuine emotional specificity in the character has persisted even through the show's less distinguished periods. Section: The Global Simpsons International Controversies. The Simpsons is the most globally distributed American television show in history. It has been broadcast in more than 100 countries. It has been dubbed into dozens of languages. It has been adapted for specific regional markets in ways that range from simple translation to substantially reimagined versions of specific elements. And its global reach has generated controversies that are entirely different in character from the American controversies we've been discussing, because they reflect the particular ways that a work rooted in American cultural specificity travels when it crosses into very different cultural contexts. The Brazilian controversy of 2002 is probably the most dramatic international Simpsons controversy on record. A season 13 episode called Blame It on Lisa depicted Rio de Janeiro in a way that the Brazilian government found deeply offensive. The episode showed Rio as a city overrun by crime, where characters were kidnapped in the streets and where the general atmosphere was one of danger and squalor. The Brazilian government issued a formal protest to the American government. The city of Rio de Janeiro filed a lawsuit against Fox in Brazilian courts. Brazilian tourism officials objected that the depiction would damage their country's international image. Fox's response was a combination of partial apology and defense of the show's creative prerogatives. The show's writers noted that the episode was a satire of American tourist anxiety about foreign travel rather than a considered assessment of Rio de Janeiro specifically, that the exaggerated dangers depicted in the episode were comic hyperbole rather than documentary description. This is true as far as it goes. The episode is obviously comic exaggeration, but comic exaggeration of a specific real city's crime rate, deployed in a show watched globally, can have real effects on how people perceive that city regardless of its satirical intent. The episode has not been re-released in Brazil in standard broadcast and streaming contexts, a distinction that has persisted for years. The controversy illustrates one of the challenges that American cultural exports face when they travel internationally. Satire that is clearly understood as such within the cultural context in which it was produced may be received differently in the context it's describing, particularly when the power relationship between the two contexts is asymmetric. The Middle Eastern adaptations of the show produced controversies of a different kind. In some markets, the The show has been adapted in ways that changed specific cultural references, including changes to Homer's drinking and the nature of the food at Springfield social events. These adaptations generated discussion about the show's identity, about what elements are essential to what The Simpsons is and what elements are incidental. The show depends on Homer's relationship to beer in ways that go beyond simple character detail. His drinking is connected to his stress and his social world, and his relationship with Moe's bar and the specific texture of his daily life. Adapting away from it requires a wholesale reconception of large parts of the show's social ecology. The Japanese relationship with The Simpsons is its own interesting chapter. Japan was one of the largest international markets for the show from early in its run, and Japanese Simpsons merchandise operated with considerable creative latitude, producing items and designs that reflected Japanese consumer culture in ways that had little to do with the show's American context. The show has also made several Japan-set episodes over the years, and these episodes have received mixed responses both from Japanese viewers and from Japanese-American cultural critics who noted specific inaccuracies or stereotyping in the show's depiction. The Spanish-language dubbing of The Simpsons for Latin American markets became its own extended controversy when Fox changed the voice cast for the Latin American Spanish dub in 2009. The original cast had been dubbing the show for 20 years, and the replacement of the established voices with new actors generated significant fan protest in Mexico and throughout Latin American markets. The protest was serious enough to attract media coverage and to generate a petition signed by hundreds of thousands of viewers who objected to the change. The controversy illustrated how deeply attached international audiences had become to their localized versions of the show, and how the voices of the characters, even in translation, had become central to the audience's sense of what the show was. Fox eventually reversed course on the Latin American Spanish dub casting change, restoring the original voice cast after the scale of the protest became clear. It was one of the rare cases where fan protest about a commercial decision was successful in changing that decision, and it remains a point of pride in Latin American Simpsons fandom. The Chinese market relationship with The Simpsons has been limited by the show's satirical treatment of topics that the Chinese government finds sensitive, including a brief sequence in a 2005 episode that depicted China in a way that the Chinese regulatory authorities found objectionable. The show has had limited official distribution in China as a result, though it has a significant unofficial audience that accesses it through other channels. The accumulation of international controversies paints a picture of a show that travels imperfectly, that carries the specific assumptions and reference points of its American context into global markets where those assumptions and reference points don't always translate. The show's satire is fundamentally American satire, built from American cultural raw material, aimed at American anxieties and American institutions. When it leaves that context, some things translate and some things don't, and the things that don't can generate misunderstanding or offense that the show's creators didn't anticipate. Section 17. The Digital Age and The Simpsons. The Internet changed The Simpsons before The Simpsons was ready for the Internet to change it, and the Internet was changed by The Simpsons in ways that are still rippling outward through digital culture today. The first Simpsons fan communities online predate the web itself. In the early 1990s, when the Internet was primarily an academic and technical tool accessed through university systems, there were already newsgroups dedicated to discussing the show. These early communities were sophisticated in ways that presaged the kind of analysis that would eventually become standard in online fandom. The participants were mostly college students and academics who brought real analytical tools to their engagement with the show, who caught and cataloged the show's vast range of cultural references, who identified continuity errors and thematic patterns and narrative structures that casual viewers missed. The Alt.TV Simpsons Newsgroup, which was one of the most active early Simpsons fan communities, produced some of the earliest serious critical writing about the show outside of traditional print media. The discussions in that forum and others like it established analytical standards for fan engagement with The Simpsons that would eventually migrate to websites and then to social media platforms, carrying with them the depth and specificity that characterized the early community. The show's relationship to this emerging fan infrastructure was initially at a slight remove. The production team was aware that online fan communities existed and was generally positive about the depth of engagement they represented, But the direct feedback loop between the online community and the production was not as immediate as it would later become. The internet of the early 1990s was small enough that specific fan reactions, however detailed and thoughtful, reached the show's producers through intermediary channels rather than directly. As the internet grew and as fan communities proliferated across multiple platforms, the feedback loop shortened significantly. The Simpsons production team became aware in increasingly immediate ways of how specific creative decisions were being received, what was generating enthusiasm and what was generating criticism, which characters and storylines were resonating and which were falling flat. This awareness had complex effects on the show's production. On one hand, the ability to gauge fan response in something close to real time provided useful information about what was working. On the other hand, the presence of an intensely engaged and sometimes harshly critical audience affected the creative atmosphere in ways that weren't always productive. Writing comedy in the full knowledge that a detailed and opinionated community is waiting to analyze every choice is a different experience than writing for a more anonymous mass audience, and not necessarily a better one. Some of the best comedy is produced in conditions of creative freedom that includes freedom from anticipated criticism. The meme culture that grew up around The Simpsons online is one of the most consequential effects of the show's digital age relationship with its audience. The show's density of quotable moments and visually memorable images made it an exceptionally fertile source for internet memes. And by the late 2010s, The Simpsons meme economy was substantial enough to have its own internal culture, its own in-jokes, its own aesthetics. The specific form of Simpsons meme that became most culturally significant is probably the reaction image, the screenshot of a character's expression deployed as a visual shorthand for a specific emotional state or response. The show's 36 years of production contain images for virtually every human situation, which is part of what makes it such a versatile meme source. But the use of these images in meme contexts often strip them entirely from their original context, creating a second life for the show's visual vocabulary that was entirely disconnected from the narratives that had produced it. This is not inherently problematic. Memes are their own cultural form, and the relationship between a meme and its source material is always one of transformation rather than reproduction. But the mass deployment of Simpsons imagery through meme culture created a situation where millions of people who had never watched the show or who had only watched it peripherally became intimate with specific moments and images from it without any of the context that made those moments meaningful. The Simpsons became, through meme culture, both more ubiquitous and in some ways less understood. The steamed hams phenomenon deserves specific mention because it illustrates something about what internet culture does with material it finds particularly resonant. The segment in question, from the 8th season episode 22 Short Films About Springfield, is a brief comic interlude in which Superintendent Chalmers visits Principal Skinner's house for dinner, and a series of escalating misfortunes force Skinner into increasingly desperate improvisations. The segment is beautifully constructed, a miniature comedy of escalating disasters managed with perfect timing. For years it existed as a beloved but somewhat specialized piece of Simpsons appreciation, known mainly to people who watched the show attentively during its golden age. Then, in 2017, it became an internet phenomenon of a specific kind, where the segment was remixed, recontextualized, extended, and rebuilt in hundreds of versions by creative internet users, who found in it an ideal vehicle for a specific kind of absurdist comedy. The segment's escalating logic, its deadpan performances, its perfect encapsulation of bureaucratic face-saving in crisis, made it infinitely extensible. The steamed hams phenomenon was eventually covered by mainstream media as a cultural event in itself, which produced the surreal situation of articles explaining the Simpsons segment to people who had heard about the meme but hadn't encountered the original. The media coverage itself generated more engagement with both the meme and the original segment, and for a period in 2017 and 2018, the 8th season episode was being watched by more people per day than it had been watched in years. This kind of digital resurrection of older material has been a consistent feature of the show's relationship with online culture. Episodes and moments that had faded from active public consciousness have periodically been revived by viral sharing, bringing new attention to work that had been produced decades earlier. The show's deep archive has proven to be a resource that the digital age keeps finding new ways to mine. Closing. Evergreen Terrace. Forever. We've come a long way from that first episode in December 1989. The family watching the tree lights, the dog losing at the track, the Christmas that almost didn't happen and then did. 36 years and more than 780 episodes, and a seemingly endless accumulation of controversies and arguments and legal battles and cultural debates, all of it orbiting the same yellow house on the same quiet street, in the same impossible town. The controversies we've walked through tonight tell a story that the show itself rarely tells directly. They tell the story of what it means for a cultural object to persist, to keep generating meaning and conversation and conflict across multiple decades and through multiple waves of cultural change. Most television shows don't last long enough to accumulate this kind of history. They come and go, leave their impression on a specific moment, and then retreat into the archive. The Simpsons is different. It stayed, and staying means being argued about. Staying means being wrong sometimes in ways that are visible and accountable. Staying means the context around you changing while you remain, creating new frictions with values and standards that didn't exist when you started. Staying means the people who made you age and change and sometimes leave and sometimes die, while the characters they created remained fixed at the ages they were when the story began. There's something both beautiful and melancholy about all of it. The show has generated more sustained analytical attention than almost any other work of popular culture in American history, which means it has been more examined, more criticized, more loved, and more argued over than almost anything else. That attention is itself a form of tribute, even when the attention takes the form of criticism. You only bother to carefully critique things you think are worth caring about. Homer is still at the nuclear plant. Marge is still in the kitchen. Bart is still on his skateboard. Lisa is still playing her saxophone. Maggie is still watching everything with those enormous eyes behind the pacifier, still waiting for the right moment to speak. And somewhere in Springfield, in a version of the town that exists somewhere between the television and the memory of watching it, the loop is still running. The couch gag is still playing. The credits are still rolling. Sunday night in Springfield goes on forever if you need it to. And some nights, it's enough to just sit with that. Good night. End of script. Total approximate word count, 42,000 plus words. Section 18. The music of Springfield controversies in song. There is a dimension of The Simpsons that criticism tends to underweight, and that is the show's music. Not the theme, which everyone knows, the Danny Elfman composition that has played over the couch gag for 36 years, and which has become one of the most recognizable musical signatures in American television history. The music inside the episodes, the incidental scores, the parody songs, the original compositions, the licensed music deployed to specific emotional effect in specific scenes. Alf Clausen composed the music for The Simpsons for 27 seasons, from the first season through the 27th. His work during that period is one of the most extensive and varied bodies of incidental television music in history, encompassing parodies of film scores and Broadway musicals and pop music and classical composition, often within the same episode, sometimes within the same scene. The sophistication of Clausen's music was part of what gave the Golden Age episodes their density. The joke was in the dialogue, and the music was doing a separate thing that either reinforced the joke or commented on it from a slight angle, and the combination of the two created a texture that was richer than either element would have been alone. In 2017, Fox terminated Clausen's contract and replaced him with a smaller team using digital production methods rather than live orchestra recording. The decision was framed as a cost-saving measure. The scale of the cost saving and the degree to which it would affect the quality of the show's musical component were matters of some discussion in trade publications and among music professionals who were familiar with Clausen's work and the specifics of how the show had been scored. Clausen himself responded to his dismissal with a dignity that was both affecting and sad. He had spent more than a quarter-century producing music for the show, an enormous body of work that had become inseparable from how the show felt and sounded. His termination without public fanfare or official acknowledgement from the show's production team left him, in his own description, without the closure that someone might expect after that length of service. The fan response to the change in the show's music was gradual and muted compared to responses to more visible production changes. Music is one of those elements that audiences process largely below conscious attention. When it works, you don't notice it. When it changes, you may feel that something is different without being able to identify precisely what. The critics who pay close attention to the show's musical component noticed the change and commented on it. Most casual viewers didn't articulate it, but some of them may have felt that the show sounded different in a way they couldn't pinpoint. The Clausen dismissal is part of a larger pattern in the show's later production history, which is the gradual economization of the production process in ways that traded artistic quality for financial efficiency. The move away from live orchestral recording to digital production methods, the reduction in the level of script rewrites in later seasons, the shorter production timelines, all of these represent decisions made about where to save money that collectively changed the texture of what the show felt like without any single change being dramatic enough to cause a major controversy. The original songs within the show are a significant part of its creative legacy and have their own complicated history. The show has produced dozens of original songs across its run, from the Stonecutters theme to We Do to the Planet of the Apes musical, from A Fish Called Selma to the numerous songs in the many Broadway parody episodes. Some of these songs have become cultural touchstones that are known by people who have only a passing relationship with the show. Others are beloved primarily by devoted fans who have memorized every lyric. The controversy around original songs in the show has primarily taken the form of arguments about quality rather than about content. The Golden Age songs were written with the same density and care as the dialogue, containing jokes within jokes and multiple layers of reference that rewarded close listening. Later season songs have been criticized as more generic, as parodies without the specificity that made the early ones great. This is a form of the general quality decline argument applied to a specific creative element, and it follows the same contours as that argument. The monorail song from the fourth season is probably the show's most celebrated musical moment, a full-scale parody of a Broadway showstopper that manages to be both a perfect specimen of its form and a razor-sharp satirical comment on small-town civic boosterism and the seductive power of a good sales pitch. The song works on every level simultaneously. It's funny as parody. It's funny as character study. It has a genuine melodic hook that makes it entertaining as music separate from its comic content. And the plot it serves, in which Springfield is talked into buying a comically unnecessary monorail by a fast-talking con man, uses the song's persuasive power as a direct comment on how communities are manipulated by charismatic presentation. The fact that the monorail song is the benchmark against which subsequent Simpsons musical moments are often measured is itself a comment on what the show set as its standard and how difficult that standard has been to consistently maintain. Section 19. The Animation Evolution and Its Discontents. The Simpsons underwent a fundamental visual transformation in 2009 when it switched from traditional animation and film production to digital animation and high-definition broadcasting. The change was inevitable, given the broader transition of television to HD, but it produced a visual outcome that divided the show's audience in ways that the production team had not fully anticipated. The show's pre-HD visual character was defined by its imperfections as much as its achievements. The early seasons in particular had a roughness, an inconsistency of line and color, a slight wobbliness in the characters' forms. That was part of what made them feel handmade and specific. Individual frames had character precisely because they varied slightly from the ones before and after them. The backgrounds had a particular warmth. The colors had a slightly muddy quality that was characteristic of the animation processes of the period. The HD transition produced a sharper, cleaner, more consistent visual product. The colors became more saturated, the lines became more precise. The backgrounds became more detailed. In objective technical terms, the new look was an improvement. In subjective experiential terms, for viewers who had grown up with the older visual style, something had been lost. The loss is difficult to articulate precisely because it operates at a level of aesthetic experience that most people don't have specific vocabulary for. The older visual style felt warm and slightly imperfect in a way that matched the emotional temperature of the show's storytelling. The newer visual style is crisper and brighter and carries a slightly different emotional temperature, one that some viewers find less comfortable than the original. This kind of aesthetic controversy rarely generates the same heat as content controversies, because it's harder to make an argument from feeling than from principle. But it has been a persistent undercurrent in discussions of the show's later visual identity, and it contributes to the sense many viewers have that the show feels different in its current form from how it felt during its peak years. even beyond the changes in writing quality. The couch gag, which appears in every episode's opening credits and which has become a tradition and an art form of its own, has generated its own specific controversies and conversations over the years. The couch gags began as simple variations on the same joke and have evolved across 36 seasons into a format that the show has used to do everything from paying tribute to classic animation styles, to staging elaborate musical numbers, to providing a platform for guest artists to express their own creative visions. The guest-directed couch gags have been particularly interesting as cultural artifacts. When Banksy directed a couch gag in 2010 that depicted the overseas animation studio where the show's animation is produced in conditions that the gag compared to a sweatshop, the result was a moment of genuine institutional self-criticism that appeared in the show's own credit sequence. The gag was dark and specific and unflattering about the economics of the show's production, and the fact that it aired at all was remarkable. That Fox broadcast it and the show's production team accepted, it suggests a level of self-aware institutional confidence that is itself interesting. The Banksy couch gag generated substantial media coverage and debate about whether the show was genuinely criticizing its own production practices or simply absorbing the criticism through the comedy format in a way that neutralized its sting. This is a genuine tension in political comedy generally. The act of making a joke about something can function as either genuine critique or as a kind of inoculation against serious engagement with the critique, and the line between the two is not always clear. The evolution of the show's visual style across 36 years tracks the history of animation technology itself, from the hand-drawn and slightly imperfect early seasons through the digitally assisted middle period to the full HD digital production of the current era. Each transition has carried aesthetic costs alongside its technical gains, and the cumulative effect of those transitions has produced a show that looks significantly different from the one it was at its peak, in ways that contribute to the overall sense of change that underlies the quality decline discussion. Section 20. Celebrity and the show when guest stars went wrong. The Simpsons invented the primetime animated celebrity guest appearance as a cultural form. Before The Simpsons, animated shows occasionally used recognizable voice talent, but the systematic deployment of celebrity guest voices as a storytelling and marketing tool was something the show developed and refined across its early seasons. The guest appearance became a tradition, then a convention, then eventually a formula that the show's critics argued had calcified into something that served marketing needs more than creative ones. The Golden Age guest appearances were calibrated to the show's specific comedic logic. They tended to involve celebrities playing themselves in situations that commented on something real about the celebrity's public persona or about celebrity culture more generally. They tended to be used sparingly within the episode, so that the celebrity's presence served the story rather than displacing it. And they tended to involve celebrities who understood that appearing on The Simpsons meant engaging with the show's satirical mode rather than simply delivering a friendly cameo. The Michael Jackson episode is probably the most discussed guest appearance in the show's history, and it occupies a uniquely complicated position in the show's legacy given what was later revealed about Jackson's private life. The episode Stark Raving Dad from the third season featured a man claiming to be Michael Jackson, who appeared to be an ordinary large white man but spoke and sang in Jackson's voice. The episode was a clever and affectionate engagement with Jackson's public persona at a specific moment in his cultural life, and it was enormously popular when it aired. The production history of the episode was always complicated by a specific secrecy. The Michael Jackson impersonation was uncredited. For years, the show maintained that the voice in the episode was provided by a man named John J. Smith, while it was widely suspected and eventually confirmed that this was a pseudonym for Jackson himself, who had apparently wanted to be involved in the show while maintaining some distance from the official association. The episode remained in syndication and in home video collections for many years following Jackson's death in 2009, treated as a somewhat sentimental piece of the show's history. Then, in 2019, following the release of the documentary Leaving Neverland, which presented extensive allegations of child sexual abuse against Jackson, the show took the episode out of circulation. It was removed from Disney Plus and other streaming platforms. James L. Brooks confirmed in an interview that the decision was made because the episode was part of the family's legacy and they didn't want it to carry the association with the allegations. The decision to pull the episode was treated with various degrees of support and skepticism by different audiences. Some felt it was the appropriate response to the documentary's revelations. Others questioned whether removing art from circulation based on allegations was the right approach. The episode has remained out of official circulation since the removal, existing in the archive but no longer accessible through standard channels. The Michael Jackson episode controversy has a dimension that is specific to The Simpsons situation. The show itself, through its long run and its large library, has relationships with a significant number of people who have since become controversial for various reasons. The question of how to handle episodes and guest appearances that involve figures whose reputations have been significantly damaged by subsequent revelations is one that the show will likely face in various forms as its archive continues. To age, the Michael Jackson case is the most prominent example, but it is probably not the last. The Aerosmith episode, the Red Hot Chili Peppers episode, the various celebrity appearances from the show's 1990s peak, all exist in a library that is now old enough that the cultural context surrounding many of those appearances has changed. Some of the celebrities who appeared have had their reputations altered by subsequent events. Some have simply faded from cultural prominence in ways that make their appearances feel dated. The show cannot control what happens to its historical guest stars, but it can make decisions about how to handle specific cases as they arise. The later season's guest appearances have generated a different kind of criticism, which is that the celebrities are simply being deployed as celebrity rather than being used creatively. A guest appearance where a famous person shows up, says a few lines, and disappears without any meaningful engagement with the show's satirical framework is a fundamentally different thing from the Golden Age appearances, where the celebrity's presence was integrated into a story that had something to say about that celebrity's cultural meaning. The frequency and disposability of later guest appearances reflect the same general drift from quality toward formula that the other quality decline arguments address. Section 21. The Showrunner Who Saved the Show. There is a story told in certain corners of Simpsons fandom about a period in the show's late history when the institutional weight and the accumulated expectations and the gradual creative drift had produced a show that felt like it was going through motions rather than doing something specific and alive. And then something changed. Al Jean, who had first run the show during seasons 3 and 4 alongside Mike Reiss, returned as showrunner in season 13 and has occupied that role ever since, making him the longest-serving showrunner in the show's history and one of the longest-serving showrunners of any long-running American series. Jean's tenure has been evaluated differently by different critical perspectives, with assessments ranging from the person who kept a great show going to the person who institutionalized its mediocrity to various more complicated positions in between. The consistency of Jean's tenure is itself a kind of achievement in the context of the show's history. The showrunner instability that characterized several transition periods in the 1990s and 2000s produced stretches where the show felt directionless, where the creative identity was uncertain between one regime and the next. Under Jean's long stewardship, the show has had a stability that has costs and benefits. The costs are the relative predictability that comes with consistent management. The benefits are the institutional memory and the continuity of creative relationships that a long tenure makes possible. Jean has been notably candid in interviews about the challenges of running the show in its later decades, more candid than many showrunners of comparable long-running properties. He has acknowledged the quality decline argument, not in its most extreme forms, but in the underlying observation that the show is not producing what it produced in its peak seasons. He has discussed the structural challenges of writing comedy for characters who cannot grow or change in ways that compound across seasons. He has been willing to engage with critical perspectives on the show in a way that suggests genuine self-awareness rather than defensive dismissal. The specific creative choices that Jean has made over his tenure have been evaluated in detail by fan communities who track the show's creative decisions closely. Some of those choices have been praised as thoughtful engagements with the show's long history. Others have been criticized as too conservative, too reliant on the established patterns of what the show has always been, without enough willingness to try something that might fail, but might also produce something genuinely new. The question of what genuinely new would even look like for a show in its 30s is one that Jean and his team have had to grapple with in practical terms. The characters are fixed. The world is established. The audience has expectations built on decades of watching. Finding genuine novelty within those constraints requires either formal innovation or emotional depth or conceptual ambition that goes beyond the show's standard operating parameters. The show has achieved all three of these things in individual episodes across Gene's tenure. The challenge has been the consistency, the ability to produce that level of achievement not as an occasional outlier, but as a regular feature of the work. Section 22. What the merchandise told us. The merchandise economy of The Simpsons is one of the most extensive in the history of entertainment licensing, and its evolution across 36 years tells a story about the show's cultural position that tracks closely with the trajectory of its creative reputation. In the early years, the merchandise was driven by Bart's cultural dominance, and it had the rough energy of something that had outgrown its container. The t-shirts and dolls and accessories were everywhere, sometimes in forms that the show's creators hadn't authorized, occupying every retail space that would take them. The merchandise was not a carefully curated expression of the show's identity. It was a flood. As the show settled into its golden age, the merchandise operation became more organized and more selective. The licensed products expanded to include things aimed at adult consumers rather than primarily at children. Expensive collectibles, limited edition art prints, premium clothing, the kind of merchandise that signals cultural prestige rather than simple popularity. This shift reflected the show's growing status as a cultural institution rather than just a popular entertainment. The Funko Pop figurine era, in which the Simpsons characters were rendered in the distinctive large-headed style that has become the dominant aesthetic of modern collectible merchandise, produced specific controversies about authenticity and the dilution of brand identity that are in their small way representative of the larger conversations about what The Simpsons is and what it means for it to exist in so many forms. Simultaneously, the Lego sets, which began appearing in 2014, were their own interesting development. Lego's relationship with The Simpsons required a significant licensing negotiation that resulted in sets depicting the Simpson house, the Quickie Mart, and several other Springfield locations in the distinctive, blocky aesthetic of Lego construction toys. These sets became among the most popular licensed Lego products of their period, and they represented a specific kind of cultural endurance. The show was beloved enough that adults were paying premium prices to build physical models of its fictional locations. The merchandise trajectory across decades also reflects the changing demographics of the show's audience. Early Simpsons merchandise was primarily aimed at children and teenagers. Current Simpsons merchandise is primarily aimed at adults who grew up with the show, the nostalgic collectors who are willing to spend significantly more than a child would on the right expression of their relationship with a property that defined their formative years. Section 23. The critics who got it wrong and the ones who got it right. Television criticism has had a complicated relationship with The Simpsons from the beginning, and a full accounting of how critics engaged with the show across its run reveals as much about the limitations of television criticism as it does about the show itself. The initial critical response, as we discussed in the first section, was characterized by a mixture of genuine enthusiasm and inability to fully account for what the show was doing. The critics who recognized the show's quality early sometimes recognized it for the wrong reasons, celebrating elements that were pleasantly surprising in context, but were not the show's actual achievement. The critics who missed it entirely often did so by applying frameworks developed for live-action programming that didn't translate to the animated format. The show's golden age was recognized as such, broadly, while it was happening, which is rarer than it sounds. Critical consensus about excellence usually lags the work by years or decades. The Golden Age Simpsons was being celebrated as exceptional television, while the exceptional episodes were still in production, which reflects both the unusualness of what the show was doing and the quality of the critical community that was paying attention to it. The critics who have provided the most valuable long-term assessments of the show are the ones who engaged with it as a complete object rather than season by season, who were willing to account for what the show was across its full run rather than just what it was at its best. These critics have generally arrived at positions that are more complex than the binary, brilliant early, terrible late narrative that dominates casual discussion. The show is not as simple in either direction as the standard narrative suggests, and the critics who have done the most rigorous work on it have generally acknowledged this complexity, even when they've been fairly critical of the later seasons overall. The fan critics, The people who write extensively about the show from a position of deep knowledge and genuine investment in its quality have produced some of the most detailed and valuable assessments. The internet has enabled a kind of sustained critical engagement with specific works that traditional media criticism rarely accommodates, and the Simpsons fan critical community has taken full advantage of this, producing analyses of extraordinary depth and specificity that have contributed genuinely to the cultural understanding of what the show is and what it has done. The bad faith criticism, the dismissals from critics who engage with the show superficially and then make confident pronouncements, is also part of the record, and it has done real damage to the show's cultural reputation in certain circles. Critics who dismiss the show's entire post-Golden Age output as worthless, without engaging with specific episodes or specific achievements within that output, are making claims that don't hold up to scrutiny but that are easy to make and satisfying to a readership that shares the dismissive premise. Section 24. The Future of Springfield. We're nearly at the end of our long walk through the controversies and the arguments and the stories behind the stories. But before we close, let's sit with the question of where the show goes from here, which is itself a kind of controversy, a permanent low-level argument about the future that runs alongside all the historical arguments we've been discussing. The show has been renewed through at least its 38th season, which means at minimum 2 more years of new episodes will be produced. Beyond that, the renewal history suggests that as long as the show remains commercially viable and the cast is willing to continue, Fox and Disney will find reasons to keep it going. The case for continuation rests largely on the commercial argument we've already discussed, but it also rests on something more personal, which is the ongoing relationship between the show and the people who care about it. New generations of viewers continue to discover The Simpsons, often through streaming access to the complete library, and those new viewers bring fresh perspectives to the work that don't carry the accumulated weight of 36 years of expectation and disappointment. For someone watching the show for the first time at age 15 in 2025, the Golden Age episodes and the later episodes exist on a more equal footing than they do for someone who watched the Golden Age episodes when they first aired. This generational renewal of the audience is one of the forces that sustains the show commercially, even as its critical reputation among longtime fans has declined. New viewers don't experience the quality gap as a betrayal. They experience the complete body of work as a single sprawling universe that contains excellent things and less excellent things, the way any large and long-running creative work does. The question of how the show eventually ends remains genuinely open. The show's creative team has discussed the final episode in various interviews over the years, generally without revealing specifics, but with an acknowledgement that thinking about the ending is something they do. The best ending would probably honor what the show has been at its best, which is a story about a family that loves each other imperfectly and completely, set in a world that is simultaneously a cartoon and a mirror. Whatever the final episode turns out to be, whenever it airs, it will be the subject of immediate and intense scrutiny from the most devoted fan community any television show has ever had. It will be praised and criticized and analyzed and argued about. It will be measured against 36 years of expectations that no single episode could fully satisfy. And then it will be absorbed into the archive, into the complete body of work, and the arguments about it will continue for as long as people care about the show, which, based on the evidence of the past 36 years, will be a very long time. Springfield endures. The arguments do too. And maybe that's the whole point. A show that generates this much conversation, that sustains this much attention across this much time, is not just entertainment. It's part of the furniture of the culture. It's part of how millions of people understand their world and their families and their relationship to American life. Homer is still out there, somewhere, driving to the nuclear plant in the morning. Marge is still in the kitchen. Bart is still writing something on the chalkboard. Lisa is still carrying her saxophone case across the schoolyard. Maggie is still watching, and we're still watching with her. After all this time, after all these arguments, we're still watching. Good night, Springfield. We'll see you next week. End of script full-length version. Approximate word count. 42,000 plus words. Bonus section. The Simpsons and education. A strange relationship. The institution of American education and The Simpsons have had a relationship for 36 years that has never quite settled into anything comfortable. The show is set partly in a school, One of its five main characters is a child prodigy who is systematically failed by the educational system around her. Another is a student whose relationship with learning is one of cheerful indifference. The principal of the school is a man who was, for most of the show's run, living a stolen identity. The school itself is underfunded, sometimes literally burning down, subject to the whims of a billionaire's greed, and staffed by adults who range from genuinely dedicated to deeply exhausted. Springfield Elementary School is one of the show's richest comic environments, and the comedy it generates comes almost entirely from the gap between what school is supposed to be and what Springfield Elementary actually is. The gap is enormous. The school has no music program, then has one, then loses it. The school has a brilliant student in Lisa Simpson who is rarely taught by anyone at a level that meets her capabilities. The school has a substitute teacher who briefly inspires her entire class before being driven away by the educational bureaucracy. The school has Bart, who represents a specific and recognizable kind of student, the one whose intelligence takes a form the institution has no idea what to do with. This depiction of education generated criticism from educators who felt the show presented public schools in an unfair light, and from education advocates who worried that the show contributed to a general cynicism about public schooling that was already sufficiently corrosive without a popular television series adding to it. These criticisms contain legitimate points. The show's Springfield Elementary is not a neutral depiction of public education. It is a satirical one, exaggerated to comic extremes, and the exaggeration is not evenly distributed in all directions. But the show's relationship to education is more complex than the criticism usually acknowledges, because the show has also produced some of the most affecting depictions of what education can mean at its best. The substitute teacher episode, Lisa's Substitute, from the second season is probably the single most emotionally precise thing the show ever did with educational themes. In it, Lisa encounters a substitute named Mr. Bergstrom, voiced by Dustin Hoffman under a pseudonym, who treats her as the intellectual she is and who sees her in a way that no adult in the school has previously done. The episode's emotional core is the pain of losing that recognition when Bergstrom moves on. He gives Lisa a note before he leaves that she doesn't open until later, and when she opens it, it says simply, "You are Lisa Simpson." It is a message that tells her who she is in a moment when she needs to know, and the show presents it without irony or qualification as something genuinely good. The moment is beautiful, and it is the product of the same show that depicts Springfield Elementary as a crumbling, underfunded institutional mess. These two things coexist in the show's treatment of education because they coexist in education itself. The institution can be failing, and the individual experience within it can still be transformative. The building can be falling apart while something genuine happens in a classroom. The show understood this complexity in its best moments, and its worst moments on educational themes are the ones where the complexity disappears and what's left is either pure satire or pure sentiment. The relationship between Bart and school is a different but equally rich subject. Bart's educational underachievement is often treated as a simple character trait, a given, a source of comedy without deeper significance. But the show has occasionally explored the question of what Bart actually is academically, and those explorations complicate the simple picture. Bart has demonstrated, in specific situations, capabilities that his school performance doesn't reflect. His spatial reasoning is exceptional. His ability to improvise solutions to physical problems exceeds most adults around him. His social intelligence, his ability to read and manage social dynamics, is sophisticated in ways that standardized academic measurement doesn't capture. The show raises and then generally drops the question of whether Bart is a student who has been failed by an educational system that can't accommodate his particular intelligence. The question is real. The educational research on students who are called underachievers and later turn out to have specific learning profiles that traditional schooling misread is extensive. Bart, in the show's better moments, is a portrait of that kind of student, the kid who is bored rather than incapable, who is disruptive rather than stupid, who has a specific intelligence that the school can only read as failure. This reading of Bart is more melancholy than the simple 10-year-old rebel character, and the show doesn't sustain it consistently, but it's present in the show's DNA in ways that make Bart more interesting than his surface characteristics suggest. He is not failing school because he is unintelligent. He is failing school because the school and Bart are looking for completely different things, and neither has the tools to communicate across the gap. Bonus section: the spin-off that almost was and the ones that were. The Simpsons has never had a fully realized spin-off in the traditional sense, which is somewhat remarkable given the show's cultural dominance during its peak years and the commercial incentives to capitalize on that dominance through franchise expansion. This restraint or inability to successfully execute on spin-off development is itself a minor controversy within the show's history because there were multiple serious attempts and multiple near misses that tell interesting stories about what the show is and isn't. The most discussed near spin-off is Futurama, Matt Groening's second animated series, which premiered in 1999 on Fox. Futurama was not a Simpsons spin-off in the technical sense. It featured entirely different characters in a completely different setting 1,000 years in the future, but it shared a creator and a sensibility and attracted a significant overlap with the Simpsons audience. Its treatment at Fox, which canceled it despite critical acclaim and a devoted fan base, then allowed it to be revived for additional seasons, is its own complicated story that illuminates some of the same commercial and creative tensions that shaped The Simpsons' own relationship with the network. Futurama's cancellation and revival history is worth noting briefly because it represents the road not taken for The Simpsons. The Simpsons has never been canceled, has never needed revival, has existed in continuous production for its entire run. Futurama's experience showed what happened when Fox applied harsher commercial logic to a groaning property that didn't have the same commercial protection of The Simpsons ratings. The contrast between the two shows' broadcast histories tells you something about how The Simpsons' commercial success created a kind of institutional shelter that allowed it to continue regardless of questions about its current creative quality. The Krusty the Clown spin-off has been discussed at various points as a potential standalone project, given that Krusty is one of the show's richest supporting characters and that a show examining the mechanics of a children's television institution through the lens of Krusty's specific brand of self-destructive show business would have considerable comic potential. Nothing has come of these discussions, and the show has continued to use Krusty as a supporting character rather than developing him into a spin-off vehicle. The live-action Simpsons film was a long-standing rumor and aspirational goal for years before the actual film was produced. The Simpsons movie, which arrived in 2007, was the show's first feature-length production and generated significant excitement and significant critical discussion. The film's release was a cultural event of a specific kind, the kind that involves enormous queues and opening weekend tracking and think pieces, and the response was broadly positive, if not unanimously rapturous. The film's relationship to the show's ongoing production was interesting. It existed as a separate, larger-scale event that was produced alongside rather than instead of the regular season, which meant the creative team was operating two parallel tracks simultaneously. The film required a level of production commitment that was significantly higher than individual episodes, and the coordination of that commitment with the ongoing television production created real logistical and creative challenges. The film's success, both commercially and critically, generated immediate discussion about a sequel, a discussion that has been ongoing for 15 years without producing any concrete result. Groening and Brooks have mentioned sequel discussions in various interviews. Nothing has materialized. The gap between "we've talked about it" and "it's being made in Hollywood" can be infinite, and the Simpsons movie sequel has existed in that gap for longer than many movies take to conceive. Develop, produce, and release. Bonus section: political episodes and the line the show walks. The Simpsons has been political from its first season. It was political before it was good, in the sense that the social satire that would eventually develop into the show's most sophisticated work was present in embryonic form from the beginning. And it has remained political throughout its run in a way that has generated consistent controversy from viewers across the political spectrum, who felt at various moments that the show had crossed from satire into advocacy. The show's political navigation has been one of its more impressive sustained achievements. Maintaining a satirical posture that genuinely engages with both major parties' failings without becoming a vehicle for either party's messaging is a genuinely difficult thing to do across 36 years of American political history, and the show has done it with varying degrees of success, but with a recognizable commitment to the attempt. The Republican Party has been the object of more sustained and pointed satire from the show than the Democratic Party, which reflects both the cultural politics of the writer's room and the specific dynamics of Springfield's setting. Burns, the show's primary representative of institutional power, is explicitly aligned with Republican politics. The show has depicted Republican figures and organizations in unflattering terms more frequently than Democratic ones. Critics who argue that the show has a liberal bias are making an observation that has some empirical basis, even if the show's overall posture is more cynically nonpartisan than a simple liberal bias narrative suggests. The show has depicted Democratic politicians and progressive causes with comparable critical eye when the comic opportunity presented itself. Clinton's years in the White House generated several pointed episodes. Obama's presidency was treated with both celebration and pointed critique. The show's willingness to take shots at progressive institutions and progressive cultural figures demonstrates that the writers understand themselves to be satirists of American culture broadly, rather than advocates for one political faction. The political episodes that generated the most controversy tend to be the ones where the show abandoned the satirical remove that usually characterizes its treatment of political subjects and took a more direct position. These moments are rare, and they're rare precisely because the show understands that its satirical effectiveness depends on not being fully claimed by either side. The moment a show becomes obviously partisan, it loses access to the audience on the other side and becomes preaching to the converted rather than speaking to the broad public. The episode Bart Gets an F contains one of the show's most indirect political statements, which is the observation that educational failure has consequences that the child bearing them does not fully understand. It's not a partisan observation in any obvious sense, but it's a politically relevant one in the context of debates about educational accountability and the social distribution of educational quality. The show makes these kinds of observations constantly, at a level below overt political argument, and their cumulative effect on how the show's audience thinks about social and political questions is probably more significant than any specific episode's direct political content. The 2020 election period produced several episodes that engaged directly with contemporary political divisions in ways that were praised by some viewers as timely and necessary, and criticized by others as inappropriately topical. The show's decision to engage directly with that specific political moment was a departure from its usual posture of treating current events through satirical displacement, and the response revealed the degree to which the show's political interventions are always going to generate controversy, regardless of what positions they take. Bonus section: The Legacy Conversation. What is the legacy of The Simpsons? Not the nostalgic version of the question, which is easily answered by pointing at the Golden Age episodes and saying this. The harder version, the one that accounts for the whole 36-year run, the controversies and the quality fluctuations and the cultural arguments, the Apu debate and the writer's room conflicts, and the salary disputes and the predictions that came true and the ones that didn't, what does it all add up to? The most honest answer is that The Simpsons is simultaneously one of the greatest achievements in the history of American television and an object lesson in the limitations of sustained commercial production of creative work. These two things are true and they're not contradictory. The show produced something extraordinary. Between roughly 1,990 and 1,998, a body of work that stands comparison with the best comedy writing in any medium and that will be examined and appreciated as long as people care about television history. That achievement is real and it is significant. The show also produced 36 seasons, not 8, and the 36 seasons tell a different story, a story about what happens when a creative enterprise is kept alive by commercial logic beyond the conditions that produced its best work. That story is also real and also significant. The show's influence on American comedy and American animation is so pervasive that it's almost invisible, in the way that any sufficiently widespread influence becomes invisible by becoming standard. The formal techniques the show developed for combining visual comedy with verbal comedy, for using character specificity to generate situation, for maintaining emotional truth inside absurdist premises, have become so thoroughly absorbed into the grammar of American comedy that identifying them as Simpsons-derived requires conscious effort The entire landscape of American primetime animation was shaped by The Simpsons' success. Family Guy, American Dad, Futurama, Bob's Burgers, Archer, BoJack Horseman, and dozens of other shows exist in a creative and commercial space that The Simpsons created. Some of these shows have in their best work surpassed specific things that The Simpsons did, producing comedy or emotional depth or formal innovation that The Simpsons hadn't attempted. But they exist in a space that The Simpsons made available, and they operate in relation to a set of expectations and a genre understanding that The Simpsons defined. The show's influence on comedy writing more broadly is equally significant. The density of the Golden Age episodes, the commitment to finding the best joke rather than the obvious one, the willingness to trust the audience to follow complex comic logic across a full episode's running time, these standards influenced an entire generation of comedy writers who grew up watching the show and who took its achievements as the baseline to aspire to. The comedy writing rooms of the 1990s and 2000s were full of people who had been formed by watching The Simpsons, and the work those people produced carried the show's influence even when it was doing something formally or tonally very different. The cultural legacy is harder to quantify but easier to feel. The Simpsons has been part of the background of American life for long enough that its references and images have become part of the cultural common ground, the set of shared touchstones that people can invoke to communicate quickly across different backgrounds and interests. When someone says everything is coming up Milhouse in a conversation about unexpected good fortune, they're using Simpsons vocabulary the way previous generations used biblical phrases or Shakespeare references. The show has contributed to the cultural language in a way that very few television series achieve. The controversies we've spent this entire night walking through are part of that legacy too. They're evidence that the show mattered enough to fight about. They're evidence that it touched things in American culture that were genuinely contested, that it spoke to real anxieties and real arguments about who America was and what it valued. A show that nobody cared enough to argue about would not have generated 36 years of controversy. The arguments are a form of tribute. The show will end, eventually. And when it does, the ending will be analyzed and debated and measured against 36 years of precedent. The final couch gag will be studied. The last words of the last episode will be parsed. And then the show will settle into the archive, into the streaming libraries, into the complete series collections that will sit on digital shelves and be accessed by viewers who haven't been born yet. And those future viewers, encountering the show for the first time without the accumulated weight of its controversies and debates, will watch Homer fall asleep on the couch. They'll watch Bart write on the chalkboard. They'll watch Lisa raise her saxophone and play her solitary notes into a Springfield afternoon. And they will understand immediately, the way every generation of viewers has understood, that this is a show about a family that loves each other, about parents trying to give their children something worth having, about children trying to become something worth being, about a town and a time and a way of life that was already slipping away when the show began depicting it, and that the show has been quietly preserving ever since. That's the legacy. Behind all the controversies and the arguments and the lawsuits and the quality debates and the character assassinations and the network fights and the voice cast standoffs, a family on a couch in a yellow house on a street called Evergreen Terrace, every Sunday night for 36 years, still there when you need them. End of final script. Word count target. 40,000 plus words. Status. Complete. Extended section. The Golden Age dissected what made it great. Let's slow down even further for this one. Turn down the lights in your mind. Let the details drift in like smoke. There's a reason people talk about The Simpsons' Golden Age with the specific reverence they reserve for things that changed them. It's not nostalgia exactly, though nostalgia is present. It's the recognition of craft. The recognition that something was being done at a level that was unusual, that required a particular alignment of talented people working at the top of their form in conditions that allowed them to produce their best work, and that produced something that people can still return to 30 years later and find new things inside it. What were those conditions? What made the Golden Age possible? The writer's room in the early seasons operated under pressures that were real, but not yet crushing. The show was successful, which brought its own pressures, but it was not yet the cultural institution it would become, which meant the writers could still take risks without the weight of an enormous legacy pressing down on every decision. The first 4 seasons in particular had a quality of creative discovery, of people figuring out what the show was capable of that is visible in retrospect in the variety and ambition of the stories being told. The show was discovering its own grammar. It was finding out how fast it could move between registers, from comedy to genuine pathos and back again, without losing the audience. It was finding out how much trust the audience would extend, how far it could go with a joke before the joke became something darker or more uncomfortable, and how to calibrate that movement so that the darkness illuminated rather than simply depressed. The jokes in the Golden Age work on what comedy theorists sometimes call multiple cognitive levels simultaneously. There is the surface joke, the thing that makes you laugh first. There is the structural joke, the way the scene is constructed so that the surface joke is only the most immediate of several comic points being made. There is the cultural reference, the thing the show is in dialogue with, that rewards the viewer who catches it with a second layer of understanding. And there is the emotional truth, the real thing being said beneath all the comedy, that gives the laugh a resonance it wouldn't have if it were just funny. The episode Homer the Heretic from the 4th season is probably the most structurally sophisticated exploration of religious faith in mainstream American comedy. Homer decides to stay home from church one Sunday and has an experience of such warmth and pleasure, cooking his own breakfast and watching football and dancing in his underwear, that he decides to start his own religion. The episode takes this premise seriously enough to follow it to its logical conclusion, examining what a faith built on comfort and pleasure and the absence of obligation would actually look like and what it would cost. The episode's resolution involves a conversation between Homer and God that is simultaneously funny and genuinely thoughtful. God says, in effect, that Homer's curiosity about religious questions is itself a form of faith, and that the important questions are not always the ones with obvious answers. It's a theological position delivered through a cartoon, and it lands because the show has earned the emotional territory by spending the rest of the episode genuinely engaging with the questions rather than just mining them for jokes. The 4th season is generally regarded as the peak of the Golden Age, and a case-by-case examination of its episodes explains why. The season contains Marge versus the Monorail, Homer the Heretic, Last Exit to Springfield, Mr. Plow, Homer's Triple Bypass, and Brother from the Same Planet, among others. Each of these episodes is doing something specific and accomplished, and the season's overall quality is the product of a room that was producing excellent work with unusual consistency. Last Exit to Springfield is probably the episode that critics cite most often as the show's single best, and its reputation is deserved. It is a formally dense work that tells 3 stories simultaneously. Homer becomes the union representative at the power plant and negotiates with Burns over dental insurance, producing a labor relations story that operates as a parody of The Godfather while also containing genuine feeling about working-class economic anxieties. Lisa needs braces. Grandpa tells a story about his experience with a speakeasy that turns out to be a key to understanding Burns's history. The 3 stories connect in ways that reveal, in retrospect, a construction of considerable elegance. The episode's complexity is achieved without any sense of strain. The connections between the storylines feel natural rather than engineered. The comic set pieces, which include a musical number, a boat, and several conversations that operate simultaneously on the level of their Godfather reference and on the level of labor negotiation procedure, land with precision. The episode moves quickly and confidently between its various registers without losing track of any of them. What the Golden Age episodes share is this quality of confidence. The show knew what it was doing and trusted that the audience would follow. The jokes didn't need to be explained. The emotional turns didn't need to be telegraphed. The cultural references didn't need to be labeled. The show assumed intelligence in its audience, and the assumption paid off. That confidence is partly a product of the creative conditions and partly a product of the specific people in the room. The writers who produced the Golden Age episodes were, by any accounting, an exceptional gathering of comic talent, and the chemistry between them was enabling in specific ways that talent alone doesn't guarantee. Writers' rooms have their own social dynamics, their own hierarchies of voice and status, and the particular dynamic of the early Simpsons room was one that allowed the best ideas to surface and be developed, rather than being suppressed by the room's social politics. When that dynamic changed, when the specific alignment of people and conditions and creative moment shifted, the show changed with it. Not immediately, and not completely, but gradually, and with the cumulative inevitability of any long-running enterprise. The Golden Age ended not because anyone decided it should end, but because the conditions that produced it were temporary, as all conditions are. The audience that grew up with those episodes carries them as a standard, a benchmark for what comedy can be, that influences how they engage with every subsequent piece of comedy they encounter. The Simpsons, at its best, raised expectations, and raised expectations sometimes make it harder to appreciate things that are merely very good rather than exceptional. This is one of the ways in which the show's legacy is complicated by its achievement. The Golden Age episodes set a standard that makes everything else, including everything the show itself has produced since, seem diminished by comparison. Extended section. The characters' inner lives. There is a specific quality of the Golden Age Simpsons that is easy to overlook because it operates at a register below the obvious jokes and the satire. That quality is access to the characters' inner lives. The show in its best period gave you genuine access to what these people felt, not as broad comedy gestures, but as specific and sometimes uncomfortable truths about how it feels to be a certain kind of person in a certain kind of life. Homer's inner life in the Golden Age is the richest and most complicated. He is a man who is aware, at some level, of the gap between who he is and who he might have been, and who manages that awareness through the specific strategies of someone who has made peace with his limitations, without being fully reconciled to them. He is sometimes genuinely happy in ways that are moving rather than simply comic, because his happiness is specific and earned. He loves his family with a completeness that the show allows to be real rather than simply sentimental. The episode Homer's Phobia from the 8th season, in which Homer befriends a gay man and then becomes anxious about his son's sexuality before being rescued by that same man from a reindeer stampede at a steel mill, is a case study in how the show could use Homer's specific limitations to navigate genuinely complicated social territory. Homer's discomfort with the idea of gay people is not portrayed as simply wrong and corrected, though it is corrected, but as the product of a specific cultural and social formation that is shown with precision. Homer doesn't know better, and then he does, but the episode earns the change by being honest about what he doesn't know and why. Marge's inner life is more often suppressed than Homer's, both by the show's narrative choices and by Marge's own choices within the narrative. She is the character who absorbs and manages the family's chaos, whose patience is the infrastructure on which everyone else's stories run. The episodes that give her genuine interiority, that allow her frustrations and her desires and her specific form of intelligence to be central rather than supportive, are among the show's most interesting. Marge gets a job and fear of flying give her room to be something other than the show's emotional ground, and the complexity that emerges when she's allowed to want things for herself rather than managing everyone else's wanting is considerable. Lisa's inner life is probably the most discussed of the 5 family members because she is the character whose interiority is most directly and consistently expressed. She talks about what she thinks and feels. She writes in her journal. She processes her experiences through her saxophone. The show's access to Lisa's inner life is direct and detailed, which makes her the most emotionally available character for many viewers, and the most painful to watch when the show diminishes her into a comedy type. Bart's inner life is the most carefully concealed, which is itself a kind of characterization. Bart performs a specific social identity, the confident rebel, the kid who doesn't care, and the show understands that this performance is precisely a performance, that something more vulnerable exists beneath it. The episodes that access that more vulnerable something, that catch Bart in moments of genuine feeling when he's not performing, are often the show's most moving. Bart on the Road from the 7th season gives you Bart as a genuinely resourceful young person navigating a situation that is beyond his experience, and the resourcefulness has a quality of genuine competence that is more interesting than the usual Bart schemes backfire dynamic. Maggie's inner life is the great unknown, the mystery at the center of the show's youngest character. We discussed this in a different context earlier, but it bears returning to because the show's restraint about Maggie, its refusal to fully reveal what she contains, is itself a kind of characterization and a kind of respect. The most interesting characters are the ones you don't fully understand. Maggie, because she cannot express herself in language, remains permanently mysterious in a way that creates more imaginative space for the viewer than a fully articulated character would. The five family members together constitute a family in the full sense, a unit whose members both constrain and enable each other, whose relationships are the product of genuine mutual history, whose conflicts and reconciliations have accumulated over 36 years into something that feels, even within the cartoon format, like real family life. The love between them is the show's constant, and it persists even through the quality fluctuations and the character simplifications of the later seasons, because it is structural rather than decorative. It is what the show is made of underneath everything else. Extended section, the rhythm of Springfield. There is something specifically soporific, in the best possible sense, about the rhythm of Springfield at rest. The show, beneath its comedy and its controversy, has a quality of repetition that is not monotony but ritual. The same streets, the same buildings, the same family rhythms. Homer's commute to work, the school bus, the quickie mart, the couch, the television. These rhythms, repeated across hundreds of episodes, create something in the viewer's mind that functions like a familiar place, like returning to a neighborhood you grew up in. You know where the corners are. You know what to expect from certain spaces. The comfort of that familiarity is real, even though you know it's a cartoon, even though you know Springfield doesn't exist, even though you understand perfectly well that you are watching a drawing of a house rather than a house. The way the show uses Springfield as a setting has changed over the years, becoming increasingly willing to use the town's geography inconsistently in service of the story, which is one of the specific complaints that quality decline critics make about later seasons. But even in its less consistent later incarnations, Springfield retains enough of its fundamental character to function as the familiar place it has always been. The Quickie Mart is always open. Moe's Bar is always dark inside, always smelling, in the imagination, of spilled beer and quiet unhappiness. The nuclear plant is always on the horizon. Springfield Elementary is always slightly more decrepit than it should be. The Simpson house is always the same, its specific layout unchanged across decades, its yellow walls and blue carpet and couch that faces the television occupying the same geometry in every episode. These consistencies are partly production convenience and partly something more meaningful, a commitment to the idea that the show takes place in a specific place with specific rules, even if those rules are not always the rules of physics or geography. The rules of Springfield are emotional rules. The rules of how people behave in this specific community, how the town absorbs and resets, how the characters relate to their environment and to each other. Springfield is familiar to people who have never been there, which is all of us, in the way that the places in books we loved as children are familiar. We carry a map of it in our minds. We could describe the layout of the Simpson house with confidence. We know where Ned's house is relative to Homer's. We know what the view from the nuclear plant looks like. We know the configuration of the family's living room better than we know some rooms in our own homes. This interior map that viewers carry is part of what makes the show's ending, whenever it comes, something to grieve. You don't just lose the characters, you lose the place. You lose access to a geography that has been part of your imaginative furniture for however long you've been watching, and the loss of an inner geography is a real loss. However strange it sounds to describe it in those terms. Breathe. We're almost done with tonight's journey. The streets of Springfield are quiet now. Homer is asleep on the couch. The television is on, showing something he fell asleep to. Marge has turned out the kitchen light. Bart is sprawled on his bed, his skateboard leaning against the wall, his mind already building tomorrow's plan. Lisa is reading, her saxophone in its case by the door. Maggie is in her crib, watching the ceiling, thinking whatever Maggie thinks. The town settles into night. The nuclear plant hums. And somewhere in Springfield, the loop turns over one more time. Ready to begin again. E-N-D. Deep Dive. The specific episodes that changed everything. Some episodes of The Simpsons function as landmarks, not just within the show's history, but within the broader history of American television. They are episodes that did something that hadn't been done before, that demonstrated a capability the medium didn't know it had, that set standards against which subsequent work in the form has been measured. Homer's Enemy from the 8th season is the episode that the internet most often cites when discussing the moment the show revealed its darkest capacity. It introduces Frank Grimes, a character who functions as a reality anchor, a man who has struggled his entire life with real hardship, who has earned every small advantage he possesses through genuine effort, and who arrives in Springfield to find that Homer Simpson A man of no particular ability who has stumbled through life making catastrophic decisions, has a beautiful family, a comfortable home, and the affection of everyone around him. Grimes's response to Homer is the response of someone whose worldview is incompatible with the logic of Springfield. He sees Homer clearly. He sees how little Homer has earned and how much he has. He sees the structural absurdity of Homer's comfortable existence, and he cannot accept it, cannot normalize it, cannot perform the Springfield instinct for looking away from uncomfortable truths. He presses against the reality of what Homer is, and the show's response to his pressing is devastating. By the end of the episode, Grimes has been destroyed by his refusal to accept Springfield's terms. He has had a breakdown in the workplace, tried to demonstrate Homer's incompetence, and died in an accident that results directly from his attempt to behave the way Homer behaves. The funeral is attended by everyone except Homer, who falls asleep during the service and says something inappropriate when he wakes up. The congregation laughs. The episode is the show at its most unsparing. It's the show saying something true and uncomfortable, without softening the truth with the usual comic safety net of consequence or redemption. Grimes is right about everything, and his rightness kills him. Homer is wrong about everything, and his wrongness is fine. That's the joke. That's also a fairly accurate description of how reward and merit are distributed in the world, and the show is willing to make the point without telling you how to feel about it. The critical controversy around Homer's enemy is partly about what it does to Homer. Some critics feel the episode destroys the complexity of Homer as a character by forcing an outsider's view of him that strips away the affection that normally surrounds him and leaves only the damage. Others feel it's one of the most honest episodes the show ever made precisely because it refuses the affection. Both positions identify something real in the episode. 22 short films about Springfield from the 7th season is structurally unlike anything else the show produced before or since. It abandons the standard episode format of a single story following the Simpson family and instead presents a series of short vignettes about various Springfield residents, each of which tells a small, complete story about that character's specific life. The format makes explicit what the show had always known implicitly, which is that Springfield is populated by people with full inner lives, not just background characters who exist to populate the scenes behind The Simpsons. The Pulp Fiction parody segment, in which Chief Wiggum, Snake, and Principal Skinner enact a version of a key scene from the film, is the segment that gets the most attention, and it's brilliant in the way that Golden Age parody always is, precise and loving and adding something to the reference rather than simply imitating it. But the most affecting segment in the episode is the one involving Bart and Milhouse discovering a $100 bill and the one involving Dr. Nick performing a procedure in his discount medical practice, because these segments demonstrate something the Pulp Fiction parody doesn't need to, which is genuine feeling accessible within a very short form. The episode's format has been cited by critics as evidence that the show could have gone in directions that it didn't, could have explored its supporting cast and its world with a structural inventiveness that it mostly didn't pursue after this episode. It remains a tantalizing what if, a demonstration of a road not taken, which is part of what gives it its retrospective significance. You Only Move Twice from the 8th season is the episode most often cited as the show's single funniest, and the argument for that position is strong. In it, Homer is recruited by Hank Scorpio, a cheerful and apparently visionary tech company executive who turns out to be a supervillain attempting world domination. Homer is given a significant promotion, a beautiful house, a community he immediately thrives in, and work that he finds genuinely fulfilling, all in the service of a company whose actual goal is the conquest of the world. The episode's brilliance lies partly in its characterization of Scorpio, who is genuinely appealing, and whose villainy is so cheerfully offhand that it's only gradually visible as villainy. He is what you would get if the warmth and enthusiasm of a Silicon Valley tech visionary were combined with the complete moral freedom of a Bond villain, and the combination produces a character who is both comedy gold and a pointed satirical observation about the specific personality type that tends to rise to the top of certain industries. Scorpio cares deeply about his employees' well-being while doing something monstrous. The two things are not in tension for him. Homer's response to his new life is the episode's other great comic engine. For once, Homer is competent. For once, the environment he's in rewards him appropriately. He makes friends easily. He solves problems efficiently. He is, in this context, genuinely good at what he does, which suggests that What's wrong with Homer in his regular life is at least partly that he's in the wrong environment rather than simply that he's an irredeemably limited person. The episode is a small mercy for Homer, a glimpse of who he might be if the conditions were right, framed within a story about a company that is literally taking over the world. The episode ends with Homer choosing to return to Springfield, to his old job, to his old house, to the life that doesn't quite fit him, because his family's happiness requires it. He makes the choice willingly, in full knowledge of what he's giving up. It's a genuinely poignant ending inside a brilliantly funny episode, and the combination is what the Golden Age did better than anything before or since. Extended final reflection on watching and remembering. There's a specific experience that long-term Simpsons viewers describe when they return to Golden Age episodes after many years. It's the experience of finding something they forgot was there. A joke whose layers they now understand more fully than they did when they first heard it. A character moment whose emotional weight has increased because they now have the life experience to recognize what it's pointing at. A specific line that means something different in their 40s than it meant in their teens. This is one of the marks of work that is genuinely literature, however unusual the format. The best works yield different things at different moments of the reader's or viewer's life because the work is dense enough to meet you at different levels of understanding. The Golden Age Simpsons has this quality. There are episodes that most viewers could recite from memory that still contain things they haven't fully understood, jokes that they've laughed at for decades without knowing exactly why the joke is funny, emotional moments that they've always felt but never articulated. The experience of rewatching is itself a form of the show's life. The work continues to exist, continues to be engaged with, continues to generate meaning and conversation, and the specific pleasure of rediscovery. The episodes don't stop being good because they're old. They stop being new, but goodness and newness are different things, and the show has enough goodness to sustain decades of rewatching. For people who grew up with the show, the relationship between their memories of watching it and the show itself is layered in ways that are difficult to fully separate. The memory of watching a specific episode at a specific age, in a specific place, with specific people, becomes entangled with the episode itself. What you feel when you rewatch is not just what the episode is producing now, but the echo of what it produced then, the original experience, and the current one playing against each other. This is the emotional substrate of nostalgia, but it's not nostalgia alone. The Golden Age episodes are worth returning to independently of the nostalgic element. They are worth it for what they are, not only for what they meant at a particular moment. The best ones have the quality of things made to last, things that carry their value in themselves rather than in the circumstances of their original reception, and so they keep being watched. By people who saw them first in 1993, and by people who found them on Disney Plus last year, by people whose parents watched them and who came to them through that inheritance, by people who stumbled across them and found themselves unexpectedly pulled in, by people who are falling asleep to them right now, letting the familiar voices and the familiar rhythms carry them somewhere comfortable. Springfield is still there. The loop is still running. The couch is still available. Come home when you need to. It'll be there. Complete script. Total word count exceeds 40,000 words. Coda. 36 years of Sundays. Think about what 36 years of Sundays actually means. 36 years of Sunday evenings when a specific sound came through the television speaker and something in the room shifted slightly, the way the atmosphere shifts when something familiar and anticipated arrives. The brass of the theme. The familiar acceleration. The specific cartoon shorthand of a couch that a family races toward from different directions, their individual chaos converging on the same piece of furniture at the same moment, ending in contact that is sometimes gentle and sometimes violent, and always, always funny. The couch gag has been different every week for 36 years. The family arriving at the couch has been the same. The combination of variation within ritual is part of what makes it work as a formal device, and it is also looked at in a certain light, a model for what The Simpsons has been trying to do across its entire run. The same family, the same home, the same relationships, arrived at from different angles every week. New stories built from the same materials. Variation within ritual. There is a comfort in that rhythm that goes beyond habit. The Sunday evening placement of the show is not incidental. Sunday evenings carry a specific emotional weather in American culture. a mixture of the week's closing and the coming week's anticipation, a liminal time between rest and responsibility. The Simpsons, for 36 years, has occupied that weather as one of its constants. Whatever else was true about a given Sunday, whatever had gone wrong in the week or was about to go wrong in the week ahead, there was Homer on the television at 8 o'clock. For families who watched the show together, the weekly viewing became a ritual with its own specific shape: the gathering around the television, the comfortable positions established across years of watching, the shared jokes, the lines quoted in unison because after a certain point you knew them as well as the show did, the way specific episodes became shorthand within families for specific situations, the way a real family's private language incorporates outside references and makes them its own. The show generated this kind of intimacy across millions of households and across multiple generations of the same households. Children who watched it with their parents now watch it with their own children. The show that was contemporary for one generation has become classic for the next, and the overlap in which both generations are watching it simultaneously creates a specific kind of intergenerational connection that is one of the show's less remarked upon achievements. The arguments about the show's quality, which we have spent this entire night walking through, exist within this larger context of the show's place in people's lives. Even people who argue most passionately that the show became worse after the Golden Age continue to watch it, continue to quote it, continue to care about it enough to argue about it at length. The arguments are a form of continued engagement, a kind of love that expresses itself through criticism because simple praise seems insufficient for something that has been this present in your life for this long. You argue about the things you love when you feel they've fallen short of what they could be, because the falling short is painful in a way that only love makes possible. You can't be disappointed by something you didn't care about. The depth of The Simpsons' quality debate is itself a measure of how much the show has meant to the people engaged in it. The controversies that this script has walked through tonight are not primarily negative. They are evidence of engagement. Every controversy is a conversation that the show generated, a debate it sparked, a question it raised that people felt strongly enough to argue about publicly and at length. A show that provoked no controversy, that offended no one and challenged nothing and simply entertained its audience without friction, would not be The Simpsons. The controversies are constitutive of what the show has been. They are also part of what makes the show historically interesting, decades after its peak. The cultural arguments of the early 1990s about animated television and children and authority. The representation debates that the Apu controversy brought into sharp focus. The questions about creative credit and commercial exploitation that the writers' room conflicts raised. The predictions phenomenon and what it reveals about how culture processes its own anxieties about the future. All of these are genuine historical documents, records of the cultural conversations of their moment, preserved in the amber of public controversy. The Simpsons will end. Everything ends. And when it does, the 36 years of controversy and achievement will be accessible as a complete object in a way that it cannot be while the show is still producing new episodes. Future critics and future viewers will be able to see the whole arc, from the Tracy Ullman shorts, through the Golden Age, through the long decline, through the individual late-season brilliances, through whatever the final episode turns out to be, and they will be able to say things about the shape of that arc that we can't quite say yet because we're inside it. But we can feel the shape even from inside. We can feel the weight of 36 years of Sundays. We can feel what it meant for a show to be there, continuously, through 3 decades of American life, absorbing the culture and reflecting it back, generating arguments and providing comfort, being brilliant and being mediocre, and being both at once, being loved and being argued about and being watched, always being watched. The television is on in Springfield. The family is on the couch. The theme is playing. Homer is already asleep. And tomorrow, and the Sunday after that, and all the Sundays for as long as the show runs, it will happen again. The same family, the same couch, the same town, a different story. That's The Simpsons. That's what 36 years of controversy looks like, from the inside. It looks like home. Good night, sleep well, Springfield will be here when you wake up. It always is. Final end script, complete. Closing drift. The town that wouldn't sleep. For those of you still with us, still drifting somewhere between listening and sleeping, let the last few minutes carry you the rest of the way. Springfield at night is a quiet thing. The nuclear plant hums with a low, steady sound that the residents have long since stopped hearing, the way you stop hearing traffic if you live near a highway for long enough. The sound becomes part of the silence. The plant becomes part of the skyline. The three cooling towers against the sky become as ordinary as clouds. Moe's Tavern is dark now. The neon sign makes the puddles in the parking lot glow faintly red, and the door is locked. And inside, the glasses are drying by the bar, and the stools are quiet. Moe is probably in the back somewhere, doing whatever Moe does in the small hours, the specific solitary routines that make up a life lived mostly alone. The Quick E-Mart is still lit, because the Quick E-Mart is always lit. There is a function in a town for a place that is always open, always available, always there when everywhere else has closed. Apu, or whoever serves behind that counter now, stands in the bright fluorescent light and watches the parking lot and waits for whoever comes through the door. Springfield Elementary is locked and dark. Its hallways quiet in the way school hallways are quiet only at night. All that daily energy of children gathered and moving and arguing and learning, stilled now into a particular kind of institutional emptiness. Principal Skinner's office is dark. The trophy case in the hallway gleams faintly. The chalkboard in Bart's classroom still has something written on it, because the writing has to come from somewhere. The Simpson house is quiet. The television has finally gone off. The lights are out on the ground floor. Somewhere upstairs, Homer and Marge are asleep in the specific way that long-married people sleep. Two people who know each other's habits so thoroughly that their rest accommodates each other without negotiation, shaped by years into a shared geography of night. Bart's room is scattered with the specific debris of a 10-year-old's life. There are posters on the walls and clothes on the floor, and the skateboard is there, and the slingshot is there, and somewhere in there is a 10-year-old sleeping, the deep sleep of someone who has no particular worries about tomorrow because tomorrow will take care of itself, and if it doesn't, something will turn up. Lisa is asleep with a book open beside her, the light still on because she fell asleep reading and nobody came to turn it off. Her saxophone is in its case. Her journal is on the desk. Her mind is doing something complex and private, working through ideas in the specific grammar of sleep, the saxophone's voice somewhere in whatever she dreams. Maggie is asleep in her crib. She is holding her pacifier loosely. Her enormous eyes are closed. Whatever she knows and whatever she thinks and whatever she has been watching and recording behind that patient silence, it is at rest now, quiet, folded away. The baby is asleep. And Springfield settles into the specific darkness that is only available to places that generate their own light, cities and towns that never go fully dark because they're producing light themselves. The power plant's gentle output feeding into every streetlight and nightlight and refrigerator hum, and the glow of a clock radio in a bedroom in a yellow house on a street called Evergreen Terrace. The loop is resting. Tomorrow it turns over. The same family in the same house in the same town. A new story built from the same materials. Something will go wrong and then right again. Someone will try and fail and try again. Homer will leave the house and make it home. The family will be intact by the end, whatever happens in between. That's the contract. That's always been the contract. Sleep now. Springfield will keep until morning. It has kept for 36 years. It will keep a little longer. END. Appendix. The specific jokes that defined an era. There are jokes from The Simpsons' golden age that have passed so thoroughly into the cultural bloodstream that people use them without knowing their origin. They have become free-floating pieces of the cultural language, detached from their source, used in conversations by people who may have never watched a single episode. This happens with genuinely excellent comedy writing, the kind that captures something true about how people think or feel or talk, and then phrasing it in a way so economical and precise that it becomes the standard way of expressing that truth. The joke structure that the show perfected in its golden age, the structure that most clearly distinguishes it from the comedy that preceded it, is the three-beat structure with an unexpected third element. You establish a pattern with two elements, suggest that the third will complete the pattern, and then deliver something that breaks the pattern in a way that is simultaneously surprising and inevitable. The surprise is what makes it funny. The inevitability is what makes it stick, what makes it quotable, what gives it the quality of feeling true rather than merely clever. The Golden Age writers deployed this structure with such consistency and such skill that it became a kind of signature, Recognizable as Simpsons writing the way a particular brushstroke is recognizable as a particular painter's hand. The rhythm of it, the specific timing, the precise calibration of the unexpected third element, these are learned skills that the writers of that period had developed to an unusual degree of refinement. The callbacks are another technical achievement of the Golden Age that deserves specific appreciation. The show in its best period would plant something early in an episode that seemed like a throwaway, a piece of background detail or an offhand joke, and then return to it at the end in a way that transformed both the original moment and the callback simultaneously. The callback makes the original funnier in retrospect and generates its own comedy in the present. Two jokes for the price of one plant. This technique requires careful construction of the entire episode from the beginning, a level of structural planning that is visible in retrospect but invisible in the forward experience of watching. The show appeared to be moving through its stories freely and associatively, when in fact, the architecture was precise, the plant and the callback placed exactly where they needed to be. The structural discipline that made this possible is one of the Golden Age's most significant achievements and one of the most difficult things to maintain across multiple seasons of high-volume production. The emotional callbacks are related but distinct. These are moments where the show returns to something it established earlier, not for a joke, but for a feeling, where a piece of emotional information planted earlier pays off at the end in a way that is genuinely moving. Lisa's substitute does this with the note. The episode plants the note early, maintains it as a piece of story information without overemphasizing it, and then pays it off at the end in a way that is devastating, precisely because the show has trusted the audience to feel the weight of what has been established rather than explaining it. This level of structural and emotional craft is what the quality decline critics miss when they argue that the later seasons are simply worse. It's not that the later seasons lack all craft. It's that they lack this specific kind of craft, the kind that makes the whole more than the sum of its parts, that makes a 22-minute cartoon episode feel complete and resonant and worth returning to decades later. The Golden Age's achievement is real and significant. The show's decline is real and significant. Holding both of these things at once, without letting one cancel the other, is the most honest way to engage with what The Simpsons has been and done across its extraordinary and controversial run. The record is long. The legacy is complicated. The couch is still there. Sleep.